happened in 24 and 25. I'd like to just take a moment to thank the Finance Committee, which consists of Seth, who probably wants to get out of that position in the future, but the Honorable Richard Nass, who we all enjoy working with, and former president, and then Mark Doty, who had been treasurer prior to me. The news is pretty good. Our income exceeded our budget estimates by $47,000, and that's excluding donations that were restricted for specific purposes, such as the land fund and the 50th anniversary fund. We missed on the budget for dues by $10,000, but we made up for that on the annual appeal for $20,000 over budget. Our expenses were well under budget, so you like it when your expenses are under budget and your income is over budget. All of that is good. The land trust forestry income, this is becoming a more and more important source for us, and our income exceeded expenses by 3 times. Very good news there, because that helps support the organization in many, many ways. The land fund donations, we had a major project in Stanish and some major donors who were actively interested in us acquiring that property, and we raised $251,000 primarily for that acquisition. We also raised $60,000 to kickstart the 50th anniversary fund, and $16,000 was donated to our existing endowment, the so-called Remembrance Fund. Some might know it as the Howlett Fund. We ended up receiving 3 gifts of land, one in Morrow Plantation, Edmonds Township, and Manchester, and you'll hear about 3 more in the current fiscal year, I believe, later in the program. We hired a new CPA firm, PGM of Biddeford, and they are right now completing a financial review for us. So we're looking forward to seeing that toward the end of this month, we hope. I'm going to shift gears here and give a little bit of summary of where we stand year to date. Our dues income are on budget. Our annual appeal is lagging at the moment, but that's really because we gave it a late start. We wanted the 50th campaign to move to a certain point before we launched into the annual appeal. Like last year, we're having strong stumpage revenues, which are well over projections. We have also solid NRCS support for timber stand improvement and for staffing. 2 staff on our board are funded through the NRCS. I have to emphasize it's been an extraordinary year for fundraising. Our annual appeal goal was the $175,000. The 50th anniversary campaign goal was $500,000, something we've never attempted to do before. And then we had land fund donations going on because of the Standish property, and that's $152,000 to date. So that's a heavy load to lift, and we're going through that quite well, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. We then move on to the a slide. Here we go. Okay, the annual appeal. We're at $100,000 right now, and our goal is $175,000. We're doing well. Tom always tells us, we'll get there, and as far as I remember, we have every time. So we're positive on that, but as I said, we did get a late start. The campaign for the 50th anniversary, we are almost there. We're at $408,511 with pledges and the amount donated. I'd like to thank the Development Committee for a lot of effort they put into this, and really the whole Board of Directors as well. Jim Clare is our chair of the Development Committee, and they've done a super job, and we've been blessed with many generous donors. And we are expecting to be able to meet that goal as well. Last thing I'll do is just, since this is a little bit about Tom's last annual meeting with us. I think he'll come in the future still as a citizen, perhaps. But a 20-year view comparing 2005 to 2025, and that really covers the span of Tom's service to us. Our total assets have grown tenfold. Our land trust value exceeds $2.6 million, and most of that is based on tree growth values. Our full-time staff grew from 3 to 6 positions. Our income grew by 380%. In 2005, our dues was 27% of our budget. It's now 10.5%, and that shows some creativity in trying to do what we do as an organization, but put less stress on the membership dues in the manner that we have in terms of the land trust and other things, specifically donations, really. In 2005, they were 26.2% of our income, and now it's 37.5%. We have some very strong supporters of the organization. Grants were 14.4% of income back in 2005, and now that's 7.2%. A real change, in addition to the increase in donations, is the forest revenue. That was about 28% of our income in 2005, and today it's almost 43% of our income. So that gives you a quick overview. I will answer questions later, or if there are. I think we have time at the end of the session for... Yeah. Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. I want to jump back to something I omitted to take care of after the election of the directors and officers, and that's the recognition of members leaving the board. And it's fitting that we take a few minutes to recognize and thank an all-star trio, I call it, of members who have just finished their service as directors or will in April at the end of the fiscal year. Tom Allen, Richard Nass, and Doug Baston. Would you please stand? Tom Allen, I think, is on his way here. Not here at the moment, but what you see here in those three individuals is a rare collection of selfless volunteers who have dedicated years of their wisdom and experience for the improvement of Maine woodland owners. All are past presidents. Immediate past president Tom Allen served as a director for some 10 years. I'm not sure, Tom, but I think that's probably longer than your service as Portland City Councilor and Mayor, or as our U.S. First District Congressman. Richard Nass from Acton has served for over 12 years. Richard came onto the board after serving in the Maine legislature and has provided continuing insights on the inner workings of that sometimes mysterious body. His board presence has been consistently thoughtful and positive. Doug Baston of Gardner has set the record for longevity of board service at 23 years. He even predates Tom Doak. Our bylaws provide that service as an officer does not count toward the board service limit of 2 consecutive 3 terms. Doug, you have more than generously served our executive committee and as an officer in many capacities. The contributions of these 3 gentlemen to Maine woodland owners has been prodigious. Please join me in expressing our thanks and gratitude. Now, I'm going to ask Tom Doak to come forward and tell us about what's been happening over the past year.
Thank you, Seth. I'm going to bring up, if you bring up that first slide, next one that would be great. Yep. Okay. So John has already mentioned this is our first major fundraising campaign. We started this year, the 50th anniversary legacy campaign. I was told by the board I couldn't leave until we raised the $500,000. So I'm pretty close. I'm pretty close. I'm hoping for the rest here. We did add some additional land recently. John mentioned the last fiscal year, but in the last couple of months, and you'll be seeing it in the newsletter, we've added 3 additional parcels to our land trust. A really nice property in Sumner, a very nice property in Chesterville, and a smaller parcel in Standish adjacent to our existing holdings. So another 282 acres that you'll be reading about in an upcoming newsletter. For a long time, we have wanted to have a wildlife biologist on the staff. When you ask landowners what they really care about, I've never met a landowner who didn't care about wildlife in some way. Some of them want to look at them, some of them want to shoot them, but everybody cares about wildlife. So Autumn Randall, who is, where are you? Autumn's right here. She's going to be speaking later. She's our new wildlife biologist. Later in the program, you will meet our incoming executive director, Amanda Egan, who is sitting right up front here. So that'll all be part of a little bit later. Next slide, please. So one of the things we know is really important to our members is a 20-page monthly newsletter. Jen Hicks is the principal author of that, and Jen does a fabulous job of doing that. And we really work hard to make sure that that is something of real value. And I hear back from members all the time about how important that is. We are very busily involved in our management activities on our land trust properties. We've done a lot of timber stand improvement work on the last few years, and that will continue. And again, we're worked hard to modify and change and add additional education programs. And we continue, the tree growth tax laws are really important to all of you, many of you, and we continue to help people with the tree growth tax law program. These are just a list of some of the boards and groups that staff, either myself or other members of the staff, have served on in this year. And one more slide, I think. A little bit of legislative recap. Stopped multiple Sunday hunting bills. I think I can't remember the number, 24, 26 or something since I've been executive director. The good news is I'm quite certain you will not see a Sunday hunting bill in the current legislative session. So that will be good news for everybody, I believe. A lot of work on ATVs. There are going to be a lot of discussion around ATVs and the size of ATVs and what you can drive for an ATV. That has a lot of impact on landowners. That was a big discussion in the last legislative session. It will be in this session. And then there's a lot of discussion about public access to private land and how to help landowners that are providing that. So we'll see how that turns out. I'm trying to read, the discontinued and abandoned roads. This is something I've been involved in with the years, and it's an ongoing process, but we now have a board that, am I looking at the right? No, I'm not looking at the right. Right. Oh, yep. And that is a bill that was, there's now a board that looks at discontinued abandoned roads, and we serve on that. This is also talking about, we finally got a bill. One of the things we were dealing with in the last session was, if you find it, in Maine, you have to have a landowner permission to have a tree stand or game camera. The question for a lot of people, our members, was, well, what happens if I find one? What can I do? The law has been changed now to make it very clear. There was a bill we put in that says, if you find one that's not legally on your property, it belongs to you. It is considered abandoned property. It is yours to dispose of in any way you see fit. So that's a good change, I think. I think that's it. Is that my last line? Oh, I want to thank also all the people that contribute to the newsletter in 2025. There's a list of folks that have provided information or written articles and things like that. So we couldn't do it without all of the help that we get. With that, I think it's back to you, Seth.
Thank you, Tom. In addition to the staff members that you recognized earlier, I'd like to add that we have a staff of 6. It's small, but it's mighty. And Olivia Nicolaarson should be recognized. Olivia, there you are in the back. She's manning the desk. She's our forestry outreach coordinator. And of course, everybody knows Debbie Ladd, who's manning the door there, who is the voice and the heart of Maine Woodland Owners for many, many years. Thank you, Debbie. Now, I'd like to open the floor to questions from members. And Jen has a microphone, so if you have questions,
Okay. Raise your hand. Oh.
And I'll do my best to pass the questions on to somebody else.
Yeah, hi, my name is Ernest Carl, and I do steward work in the St. Croix chapter area, Washington County. And my question is the policy for when we decide to do property lines around land trust parcels. I've been doing that, identified a need for more property line establishment and maintenance, and just wondering what the policy is for taking care of that.
Yeah, Tom could probably talk about that, but this is an issue that we talk about on the board, that we have a regular system of surveying property lines. Tom?
Hi, Ernest. Ernest was a former board member as well, so we have a boundary line maintenance schedule that.
Oh. Here. I can use this one.
So we have a boundary line schedule and a specific budget for boundary lines. We actually have increased it the last couple of years to do that. So we're catching up a little bit on boundary lines, but we're trying to do, I think we're doing, trying to do 1/10 every year of the boundary line. So, but we've got a few to catch up on.
Tom, can you give us an idea of what the current acreage is of the program?
So the question was how many acres of land does the organization own? So we hold more than 8,000. I don't know that when you added the 282, it must be close to 8,500 acres and about 78 parcels. And then we hold about 3,300 acres in conservation easements. I think it's 11 or 13 easements. But so we're about 12,000 between the fee and on the easements.
Any other questions? We have until the end of January to ask Tom Doak questions. So,
Check.
And then that's it. No more.
Tom, Jim Norris, as you know, are you able to share any of the information on our recent timber trespass scenario to the public?
So the question was, could I share some information about a timber trespass that has occurred on our property? I don't want to. It will be a really good educational procedure for all of you on how to deal with a timber trespass. We have had a timber trespass on one of our properties. We are in the process of getting that taken care of, and it'll actually be a really good story in the newsletter of what you do when there is a timber trespass, how it gets handled, and we'll work it through the whole process. So right now, it's kind of in the legal process, but there are very specific protections for landowners, and it will be a really good educational tool, I think, and really interesting reading for all of you. And so I think that's good. I wanted to recognize, I was looking for legislators or anything in the room, and I see Senator Bennett, Rick Bennett right here, so I just want to acknowledge him for coming, so thank you. Thank you, Senator. Are there any other, are there other legislators that I don't see? And Tom Allen, I saw you come in the room. We wanted to recognize you as your service for the board president, so that Tom left the board. And another question? Any more questions? This is your one chance to say something you never really wanted to say to me. You know, you can do it. You won't hurt my feelings. Oh gosh, here we go.
What's your favorite woodlot and why?
That's like asking your favorite kid. You know, I got to tell you. Well, it's hard to pick. The one that I think is the most interesting, because I think it's, as a forester, one of the most challenging ones, and I've said this to other people, the land in Standish is a spectacularly potential property. And so as a forester, I look at it and say, wow, so much of this, there's so many opportunities on this. But there are some spectacular properties, and I don't want to, if I pick one, then all the people that have donated theirs, so I'll say, oh, they forgot about mine, and I don't want to do that. But I will say we have some unbelievably, as a forester, we have some unbelievably unique and wonderful properties that have been managed like amazing management. And I'm in awe often when I look at some of the properties and the way our members have managed their property, and they've donated it to us. So there's been some really spectacular properties, and as Mike worked on a number of our lands in the past. And anyway, so it's hard to pick one, but as a challenge, I would say that one.
All right, we've got to continue on here. So Seth, we can advance the next slide. I do have a few things I do want to say that we're going to be doing. We're going to announce the Tree Farmer of the Year next, and then Seth and I will come back and formally welcome everybody to the Forestry Forum.
Do I have a motion to adjourn the business meeting? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Business meeting is adjourned. Thank you. So the announcement of the Maine Outstanding Tree Farmer of the Year is next. And if Patty Cormier is here, she's going to kick that process off for us. Patty is the director of the Maine Forest Service, as you all know.
Thank you very much. And first, I wanted to introduce someone way more important than I am, and that's the Commissioner of the Department of Conservation, Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, and she's going to start off with a few comments. Amanda, Commissioner Beal.
I do not agree that I am more important than Patty Cormier, our state forester, who I think many of you know just wrapped up her term as president of the National State Foresters Association. So I want to congratulate Patty on that. It was a lot of work, and she did it very gracefully. And I think most people in the state didn't realize she was doing two jobs at the same time, because she was just so present and attentive to what's going on in our state at the same time. So I'm really honored to be here today to co-present with Patty and congratulate the 2026 Maine Tree Farmer of the Year awardee. But first, I just want to take a moment to recognize that this is a real moment of significance for Maine woodland owners. Tom Doak, you are a leader whose influence on Maine's forestry sector cannot be overstated. Your career has shaped how we think about stewardship, private land ownership, and the long-term health of Maine's forests. and these contributions have left a permanent and positive mark on the state. We wish you all the best in your retirement. And to Amanda Egan, congratulations on your new role at Maine Woodland Owners, an organization that I personally am very proud to be a member of. Patty and I, along with all of our colleagues at DACF, look forward to working with you. And so now on to the real reason I was actually allowed to have the microphone for just a few minutes. I would like to offer my hearty congratulations to the 2026 Tree Farmer of the Year awardee, the Piscataquis County Soil and Water Conservation District, an organization that exemplifies thoughtful stewardship, collaboration, and care for working lands and waters. Through its ownership of the Law Farm and the Williamsburg Forest, the district has provided public access opportunities while also educating the public on forest management practices. Despite its small population base, the Piscataquis County Soil and Water Conservation District is consistently one of the highest performing of the 16 districts in the state. It is clear from the nomination that this property exemplifies and serves as a model for others on how to develop and maintain a demonstration forest to showcase sustainable forestry, conservation, and land management practices. This property is clearly designed to educate landowners and the public on how to enhance forest health, improve wildlife habitat, protect water quality, and manage woodlots for both economic and environmental benefits. And I do love to see how it's being managed by a core of capable and diverse women. Well done. I will add that yesterday the governor proclaimed the year 2026 as the year of women in agriculture in Maine. It's also the International Year of Women in Agriculture. And I think that we can extend that celebration to also recognizing women in forestry. So congratulations to the district and to those who lead the way with its management, and I look forward to the field day in September. So with that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Patty Cormier, our state forester.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm honored to be here today to present this award. And, this award always highlights the value of forest stewardship in the Maine Tree Farm program. And I also echo Commissioner Beal's congratulations to Tom. Tom, he's not paying attention. You know we love you, Tom, right? And also congratulations to Amanda. We look forward to working with you in the future. So I wanted to thank the Maine woodland owners and you all for allowing space for this award today. And so with that said, it's my distinct pleasure to also recognize the Piscataquis Soil and Water Conservation District with the 2026 Outstanding Tree Farmer of the Year Award. The district has owned this 266-acre Williamsburg parcel since 1980. And Forester Gordon Moore, who used to be a district forester with Maine Forest Service, who worked with the district to promote forest awareness on this parcel for many years, nominated them. In their application regarding the primary objective of their tree farm, it was noted that the Williamsburg Forest is a community forest owned and managed by the district. They maintain trails on the property, many trails, utilize the forest for multiple education programs. Woodlot is highlighted by Maid Audubon as a birding destination, and in recent year has been managed entirely by women, which is pretty cool. Their new slogan, "A Forest for Everyone, Managed by Women." And it is kind of a little serendipity that agriculture this year is women in agriculture, and so this fits very well with that. So from timber harvesting to management planning and recreation, they provide accessible demonstrations in a safe place for the public to enjoy. So their woodlot has really been an all-community effort involving tribal partners and many others. I had the pleasure of taking a walk a couple Mondays ago, Monday before last. It was when it was still really cold out, and just go with me on this journey. Think about it. It was cold, temperatures biting your cheeks, crispy snow, right? Nice sunny morning. And the snow was so crunchy we couldn't hear each other, that kind of thing. So I apologize if I misquoted anybody in these words. So I was out with District Forester Jim Ferrante, Maine Forest Service Division Director Morton Mosswild, and the District Forester Molly London, and also board member, and including two of our little ones and a dog, and Executive Director Casey Weber as well. So many, many thanks for getting me out in the woods. I'm so appreciative of that. So every woodlot has a personality, right? And what was palpable on this walk was the desire for the walk to be a template for others and other woodland owners, other communities, for its use in forest literacy. So, including, they want to showcase their management plan for others to use as a template to get going. And also, they want to highlight and help folks how to work with many, many partners, how to think of and use and being a model to being open to new ideas. And their fairly recent idea of pop-up wood banks to kind of mobile wood banks to help the community. And hosting multiple school groups that are so fortunate to get out and walk with these wonderful guides. I found the sense of pride and accomplishment to be motivating. And what was also great to hear, and you don't always see this, is the board has such great chemistry. And just as a strong forest isn't necessarily about individual trees, it's about how they support each other and create a powerful ecosystem. And this team's collective strength comes from synchronized effort, just as the trees all reach for the light. So the district does everything it can to ensure the woodlot is no secret. It's been featured in numerous articles, was awarded the 2019 Austin Wilkins Stewardship Award, was recognized by the Maine chapter of the Wildlife Society. There's so much more to see, and encourage you all to be at the September field day. It'll be good. So I'd like to invite a few folks up here and from the district. So if Executive Director Casey Weber could join me, and board members Jensen Bissell, the board chair, Kent Black, Arthur Wilkins, Molly London, and Jim Ferrante, who is the board vice chair. And thank you all for what you do, and we're here to celebrate you here today. Would you folks like to say a few words?
We would.
Okay. And we'll get pictures after.
Okay, great. I am so honored to be accepting the Outstanding Tree Farmer of the Year award on behalf of all of us at the Piscataquis County Soil and Water Conservation District. We, as I think Amanda mentioned, we are very proud tree farm owners, as we have two, the Law Farm Nature Trails in Dover Foxcroft, and then the Williamsburg Forest. And this award is really centered around Williamsburg Forest. So for the Forestry Field Days, hopefully we will see many of your faces there, and you get to window into all of the incredible work that's being done there at the forest. Because we are a conservation district, actually raise your hands if you know what a soil and water conservation district is. Okay, that's good. So because we are a soil and water conservation district, over the 40 plus years that we have managed the forest, there have been a lot of people involved with the management, the vision, the energy there, and it would take me ages to recognize everyone. But I think it's really important to know that there have been many, many, many people that have been a part of this. And many people who have contributed to myself and these wonderful people standing here in front of you accepting this award. My hope for 2026 is that by the end of this year,
If you are not familiar with soil and water conservation districts, you're at least familiar with ours. And we're going to inspire you, hopefully, to connect with the ones in your communities, as we are all amazing resources for you all. We are extraordinarily proud of Williamsburg Forest and what it exemplifies, and we are doing incredible work out there, and very, very grateful for this recognition. I am going to turn it over to Molly London, who serves on our board, but she is also the forester for Williamsburg Forest.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that it was mentioned before, but one of the things that we've done in the last few years, that we've kind of done an overhaul on the management of the Williamsburg Forest. And something that I'm most proud of is the management plan itself. It was truly a work of a whole group of people, but it was done in coordination with the University of Maine. Jessica Leahy and Elisa Shine was the grad student, and she largely wrote the entire plan. But amazingly for her, she wrote it with a lot of input from a whole lot of foresters, and you can imagine how well we all agreed on everything that she needed to do. But she took everyone's advice and everyone's information and put it together, and so we have a very long, detailed management plan. But what I think is amazing, we tried to make sure that it covered everything necessary for NRCS plan, Maine Woods Wise, and we also included some of the forestry for the birds from the Maine Audubon. And so our goal was to produce a management plan as a template that others could also take and apply the format to their management planning. And in that process, something I've learned from the Forestry for the Birds program that I'm excited to see go to anyone else that uses our management plan or reads it, is this idea of kind of zooming out on the landscape, looking outside of your own property lines and seeing where you fit in the works with everyone around you, and kind of viewing your property as a bird would. They don't see your boundary lines, they're seeing the general landscape. And that's something that we've tried to do on the Williamsburg Forest, and in doing that, it really brought us closer with our neighbors, the Penobscot Nation, and we've been able to work in this really wonderful relationship with Chuck and Ben, and make sure that anything that we're doing is working for them too, and maybe we can coordinate and do things at the same time, and it's really brought in this broader community for us. So that, along with the board and all of our contributors and the university, it's just been a really wonderful few years of planning that have gone into this larger management plan. So now we're going to get into the years of actually doing the work that we planned on, and I'm really excited to see it all come to fruition.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Jensen Bissell. I'm fortunate enough to chair this group. I'll be done in just a minute here. Just a few comments. It's great to see this crowd here. I know many of you folks. It was wonderful for me to hear Commissioner Beal say Piscataquis County Soil and Water Conservation District 3 times, because that's our requirement for getting in the group. If you can say that fast, 3 times you're in. And I want to thank Director Cormier and Commissioner Beal for this award. We're really pleased to receive it. This crowd is a bunch of foresters. I've worked in forest management almost my entire life, and now that I've retired, I'm still back in the woods. One thing about us is that we tend to think not just about tomorrow, but about our grandchildren's grandchildren's tomorrow. And that's a difference that you don't always see everywhere. So when you're in that group where everybody thinks like that, it's just wonderful. And this crew is like that. That's how we think about this thing, and it's been just really pleasant to be able to do this work with this kind of crowd. So thank you again for the award. It's a real honor to receive it, and we're going to work very hard to demonstrate how much we deserve it in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to worthy winners. Okay, now it's time to move on to our Forestry Forum program. We tried to design the day's presentations around our members' goals, which I boil down to, let's learn something useful about managing our woodlands and have fun at the same time. A few logistics.
Slide. Can
You
you
got-
advance the slide to the housekeeping slide?
Is the
Yep.
auction stuff
Yep.
available
Yep.
for people to bid on the side of the room?
Yep, so I need a slide. Show me the slide, there we go.
Well,
Next one.
you
'Cause
want to do
that helps me. One more. There we go. So I wanted to let everybody know that we are Zoom, as many of you know, we live stream this event. So those who are online, we're glad to have you. We're going to try to keep an eye on the chat. So if you have questions for each of our speakers, you'll have a chance to do that using the Q&A feature. We're also recording this, so this, like Seth had said, we're going to be able to relive this meeting on our website in a week or so. And then we also want to make sure that we have enough time for everything, so we're going to try to keep everything as close to our schedule as possible. And then the other big thing is lunch. We do have pizza lunch offered around noon, and it's $15. So you can, we take credit cards, cash, check, IOU. We'll work with you. So that will be right here in the room during our break. And then we'll also have, I think we have one more slide. Let's see if that slips to the next thing. We have an online auction going on right now. Hopefully a lot of you have already placed some bids. You can continue to do that. You can either go use the URL that's up there, or you can use the QR code and get that on your phone, and you can continue to make bids up until 5 o'clock tonight. So if you bid on something, you'll get notified if you get outbid, and then you can go back and continue trying to win that item. So we hope you will do that. This is a revenue generation source for this event. We also have a live auction that we're going to be running after lunch. Jimmy Robbins will be being our auctioneer, and the items are in the back of the room. So as you have time, take a look at what we have. You also have a list with your agenda of the different auction items for the live auction. So I think those are the housekeeping, I guess, two things. If you are looking for, thank you to our auction donors for sure. Thank you very, very, very much. Actually, let's give an acknowledgement to our auction donors. If you're looking for SAF credits, there is a sign-in sheet in the lobby that you can sign so you can get credit for this event. And then I believe we have someone from the pesticide board here who's going to help you get the credits you need for pesticide credits. So if you are here, raise your hand at the pesticide board, let me know so I can direct people. And then the other thing is, because this is Tom's last annual meeting, Forestry Forum, we do have a book in the back where this name tags and where Debbie has been. And there's a book. You can write your thoughts, memories, acknowledgments, well wishes to Tom. We'd encourage you to do that. That's something that he can keep in his collection of books. So we hope you do that, and we'll obviously have more time to acknowledge Tom and welcome Amanda later in our program. I think that's all I've got. What's that? Oh yeah, we have door prizes. Do you want to? So I'm going to introduce Tom because he's going to introduce our first speaker for the day. So thank you everyone for being here, and hope you enjoy what we have for you.
Well, the first topic we're going to be talking about are timber markets, and I think that's something that we're all confused about these days, so this is going to be good, and I think we have the person that can answer an awful lot of your questions, Eric Kingsley. He's a partner at Innovative Natural Resource Solutions, a forest industry consulting firm with offices in New Hampshire and Maine. Since joining INS in 2000, he's worked with dozens of other parties in the development of new forest industries. Over the last 25 years, helped develop projects that provide hundreds of family wage jobs across rural America. He has a master's degree in resource economics from the University of New Hampshire. He served for 5 years as the executive director of New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, which is the trade association representing all sectors of the forest industry in New Hampshire. And he is I've known him a very long time. He's also a former board member of Maine Woodland Owners. So Eric, welcome, and I think we're all interested in hear what you have to say.
Thank you, and great to be with you. Sorry, just setting my timer because I was told how many minutes I get. Importantly, I just heard that a lot of you are here to hear about managing your woodlands. There is nothing I can offer you on that. I'm an economist. The amount of forestry I know is through osmosis, which is not apparently the way you're supposed to learn forestry. I've got slides that I hope, okay, all right, perfect. So next, all right, Tom introduced me. Forest industry consulting firm, do a bunch of stuff, work all over the place, live in Portland, Maine. Next. So let me say a couple things before we sort of get into specifics of the forest industry, but I will say we are in the middle, we're nowhere near the end, of a sort of slow motion markets crisis. I believe pretty firmly that we come out of this pretty well in under a rotation age, but not in the next few years. So, you know, just to sort of throw a wet blanket on everything. So then some big observations. Tariffs are causing some market shifts and some market chaos. I'd say the bigger thing around tariffs isn't necessarily that they exist, which I have thoughts on, but more importantly, that there's a lot of uncertainty surrounding them. So what they are today may or may not be what they are in months or years, and if you're trying to make business decisions, instability is just highly, highly problematic. A quick example I'd offer is and this is purely hypothetical, because Godfrey Forest Products is a client of mine and I'm not speaking for them, but if I was wishing to build an OSB mill in Jay and use, you know, 1 million tons of white pine, I'd have to order a press. There are 2 places that presses are made. They're both in Germany. The 2 companies are Diefenbacher and Siepelkamp. It's about an 18-month lead time. So I give them my money today, they build it, it gets delivered 18 months from now. I pay the tariff on that imported product in 18 months. So what I need to do in order to make that order is feel confident that the tariffs that I'm modeling today are the tariffs that will exist in 18 months. If I was financing that project, I would have no reason to think that we're in a stable tariff environment. We are in a tariff environment, but not a stable one. Separately, we've got high interest rates that's putting the brakes on housing starts. We might be reaching an inflection point there, maybe. Just remind you, COVID shifted everything and pushed a lot of jobs into rural areas, sort of fundamentally changing some communities that we live and work in. And then lastly, we don't have enough workers, and barring something just wholly unpredictable, we're not going to have enough workers. We won't. This is economy-wide. This is particularly true in rural areas. Next. Maine timber harvest, we are fortunate that we have markets for all sorts of stuff, you know, saw logs, pulpwood, biomass. We are unfortunate that those markets have been shrinking. Next. This is, oh, yeah. There's new data out from National Woodland Owner Survey. And if you're a data nerd, or if you're, I don't know, running a trade association that deals with forest landowners, you might want to go give a hard look at this. Unfortunately, yeah, perfect. Okay. This shows, hold on. I made it too small. Okay. Perfect. No, I got it. I got it. Fortunately, there's a thing for me to walk to. Reasons for owning timberland, generation of forest products. This shows, I don't know, someone's going to read that, but the blue is 2023, the yellow is 2018 maybe? 2013, all right, so roughly a decade apart. What we're seeing is a significant drop in people saying the reason, or an important reason that they own timberland, and this is for Maine, this is a survey of Maine landowners, a significant drop in owning for timber production. That doesn't mean that timber production, that doesn't mean that forest management won't be part of something, but I think as Tom was mentioning earlier, or someone, you know, it could be wildlife habitat, it could be, there's all sorts of reasons to manage. Generating timber isn't what landowners are saying. That said, in my experience over the last 30 years with landowners, particularly those that aren't planning on a timber harvest, once they start one and the checks start flowing in, they're shockingly interested in continuing that timber harvest. Just, you know, human nature. Next. All right, I'm going to talk quickly about saw logs. Next. There's really one, okay, there's like a million indicators we can go to. There's one that's going to explain about 80% of all saw logs, and that's housing starts. This is housing starts from, what's that, 2006 to now. You'll see the housing-led recession on the left side of it, and then a slow ramp back up, a drop at COVID, a spike post-COVID, and then we've been pretty flat to slightly declining since 2022, which is about when interest rates spiked. Importantly, and you know, the reason I follow this indicator more than any other, it's softwood builds the home. It's the structure. Hardwood finishes the home. It's the floors, it's the furniture. So this is a great real-time or close to real-time indicator for softwood demand, and about a 6-month leading indicator for hardwood demand. There's no reason to think we're in a good spot there. And then softwood lumber prices, which are related to, but not necessarily important for delivered and stumpage prices. It's certainly not the biggest variable, but you'll remember during COVID, softwood lumber spiked and then dropped and then spiked and then dropped. And we seem to have been in a pretty, you know, I'm not a trader, so I don't worry about this on a day-to-day basis, but on a macro point, softwood lumber has been pretty flat. And we can expect it to be so for a while. There's actually a significant capacity out there underutilized. So if there's price pressure up, there's new facilities that are going to come back. There's facilities that are going to come back online, which will keep prices down. Next. Hardwood saw logs, hardwood lumber is in the midst of an epic collapse. I'm working with a number of folks to deal with this, to address this, but the timber harvest, the hardwood lumber production last year looks to be about a third of what it was in 2006. A third. A lot of that is export-based. We have done things that have made some foreign trading partners think that we are not reliable suppliers. And I think we've discovered that once you lose trading partners, they don't necessarily come back when you want them to. There are a number of efforts underway nationally to find new markets and address this, but just know that the hardwood lumber market that existed 2 decades ago is gone. Gone. Doesn't mean hardwood lumber is not beautiful. Doesn't mean, the flooring and my cabinets and everything else is beautiful, but that's not where the market's going. Next. All right, low grade, next. All right. Oh, wow. This is still sawlogs. And that's on me for getting this in the wrong order. But sawlogs, back. Thank you. Sawlogs are in a declining stumpage price trend. This is composite. I looked at data from Maine Forest Service, compiled by Adam Dagno at the university. I made a composite out of his data, so this is on a weighted basis. So if 52% of Maine sawlog timber harvest is spruce fir, that 52%. If it's 7% ash, then 7%. So just a composite sawlog stumpage price is clearly on a slight downward trend. Next. Okay. Low grade is similarly struggling. This is the value of low grade wood harvested. This is delivered prices in 2015 and 2023. So what's harvested multiplied by its delivered value, and you see we go from, 500 million to 250 million. There's a significant loss. White pine markets have all but disappeared. I know they still exist, but huge reduction. Similar in hemlock, a lot of that occurred when the mill and J exploded. Loss of hardwood, so we've lost all around. And this is a combination of things. One is total reduction in demand. There were more mills in 2015 more consumers in 2015 than there are now. And then, of course, with a reduction in consumption, we've seen a adjusted for inflation reduction in pricing. So, lower volume times lower number gives you, about 50% loss during that less than a decade. Next. All right. We had pulp and paper, and importantly, at least a couple of the mills that are here are making some very significant investments to stay here. And that's great. Sappi just concluded a $500,000 investment. A couple of years ago, we did have some wildly high pulpwood prices. I think I've got a slide on that. It's sort of a one-off, nothing to build a business around. We have some very serious logging capacity concerns, and price doesn't matter if it's not available. You can ratchet up the price. If it doesn't change what's coming in, there's a problem. This is logging capacity, not growing capacity. We got plenty of wood in the woods. We've seen some permanent market shifts. We're really moving away, not only away, we've all but abandoned printing and writing paper in this region, which was what we specialized in. If we still specialized in that, we would be dead. Of course, there's still some, but the vast move is away from it. Tariffs are a concern. And then, importantly, just making pulp puts you in a globally competitive environment. And I understand that all pulp and paper is globally competitive, but when you're making paper, you're making value-added product, you have some ability to maneuver. If you're making pulp, you don't have ability to maneuver, And there are pulp mills in places in the world that have lower fiber costs, lower energy costs, and lower labor costs. Those are kind of the three inputs. And when we're high in all of them, that doesn't make our mills competitive on pulp only. Next. Wow. All right, yeah, yours is, yeah, okay. This is usually in color. This is mills that have closed, and really the three on the right are still open. The rest are gone. You'll see that the mills that we lost, really this is since 2013, 2014, tended to be smaller. The one that is, a full-size mill or a large mill is J. Of course, that didn't close due to market conditions. That closed due to a catastrophic explosion and a decision, probably a very rational decision, to not reinvest in a new digester. Next. All right, and then, I mentioned the very high pulpwood prices a few years ago. In 2023, my grandmother always used this expression, and she was English, taking coal to Newcastle, which apparently in England, Newcastle's a coal town, and you wouldn't take coal there. You wouldn't bring pulp chips into Maine unless there was something really weird going on. In a couple of years, there was something really weird going a couple of years ago. And very, very expensive chips came in. They came into Eastport. They came into Searsport. They supported 2 mills. And this is a sign of inelastic logging capacity. That's what this is. And I'm not sure we've solved that yet. Next. All right, next. So that last slide where there was no data, I will make sure and I will share the underlying data. But as I showed you, the stumpage price on saw logs going down, the composite stumpage price on pulpwood is also going down, adjusted for inflation. So that's sort of where we are in terms of current market. And I have to say, I'm aware that that's all depressing. I know that. I also have this thing about not lying to friends. So that said, I work every day to bring and develop new markets. I am very optimistic long-term. Not tomorrow, not next year, but I am seeing significant money being pointed toward products where Maine can and will excel. And we're gonna be fine. But that doesn't help you if you're having a timber harvest next year. So I want to say, importantly, pulp and paper, lumber, those are going to remain the core products, but we're going to see a whole bunch of products. New focus on bio-based products. Some of this is because of keeping manufacturing in the U.S. Some of this is public policy pointed toward rural communities. And some of this is just sort of straight up addressing climate change concerns. And I know a lot of folks are going to say, Eric, get with the times, current administration, blah, blah, blah. I'm aware of all that, but I work globally, and our danger here isn't, what's happening in this administration. It's what's happening in the world and not paying attention to it because we think we're different. And in a little, we're big dogs, but we're still dogs. We're going to see a lot of products, a lot of innovation. Importantly, we're going to see some failures. We're going to get to a point of iteration and people trying stuff. And that's going to be very exciting. And part of excitement is collapse, just to prep people. And then we're going to see smaller scale users. We're not going to see someone using 2 million tons of wood. We're going to see someone using 200,000 tons of wood. Next. All right, so I'm going to talk about some emerging products. There's more, but cross-laminated timber, biochar, insulation, biofuels, bioprinted products. I will say I'm going to make all of these slides available to Maine Woodlands, and you can get them. So you're welcome to take pictures. but I can get this whole presentation to you if you want. Okay, next. All right, so cross-laminated timber, not made in this region yet, but basically, but folks are, I have no idea what happens to some of my slides. That picture on the right is one you don't want to look at. But here's the thing. Cross-laminated timber, you take what amount to 2x4s of spruce fir, maybe hemlock, definitely hemlock, but in all likelihood, when this truly is commercial, spruce fir. You lay them this way, then this way, then this way, and have enormous panels that go together like Legos. The builders in the room are now going to freak out because they don't go together like Legos, but close enough, right? If you're ever down in Brunswick, go check out the Bowdoin Center for Arctic Studies. One, there's a museum in there, so you can go in, but it's just a cool building. That's the artist's conception on the left. That's it under construction, and the big solid piece of wood you see there in the middle, that's just a panel that got lifted by a crane and stuck into place. And then on the right, and I have no idea how it turned itself, the thing you'll see when you get these slides from me is that the artist's conception and the built facility look shockingly alike, which is a first for me. So, next. So that's a really cool building, but that's not the building that interests me. This is a building under construction, cross-laminated timber in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Next. The reason, here it is complete. The reason I like this building more is because we need thousands of these buildings around the country and one very cool museum at Bowdoin. It's an amazing piece of architecture. This is it's nice, but it's a nondescript office building. We're going to build more of those and hotels and other mid-rise. Next. This is cool. These folks build something that supports, literally, mass timber. And the company's name is Whole Trees. And if you look, what they're using as columns and beams to replace steel is whole trees. They go out in the woods, they pick a single tree. You can imagine how expensive this is, right? Because they're not getting a bunch. Their inventory is in computers. They look for what they need. They go in the woods. They cut that tree. They don't delimit. They bring it in. They debark it. They, I'm sure the tiny limbs go, but it serves as a whole tree support. Very cool, niche, high value application. Next. All right, standard biocarbon. There's a couple of folks making biochar. There's one in Enfield. This is co-located at the Pleasant River Sawmill. If you've never heard of biochar, it's not dissimilar to high-end charcoal. It can be used in environmental remediation, has some ag applications. This facility is using a German technology, began operations in 2024. There's another project in Greenville, some under development in Vermont. This is folks who keep saying they're doing it in New York, but they don't actually do anything yet. So this is a growing market. Next. Timber HP we know about. Next. They're at the Madison Mill. They use softwood chips to make insulation. Many of you know they recently went through a bankruptcy. I mentioned earlier some of these new markets, new products we see are going to fail. And this one, a bankruptcy suggests at some level of failure as the founder's business. That said, someone acquired this capital asset for less than it would cost to build it. And that is frequently going to be the situation. So, some of them are friends of mine, the initial investors. I am very, very sorry that it went through that. But as a market, I don't care if it's my friend Steve or some faceless corporation out of Houston. I could care less so long as they're buying wood and paying people. And we're going to see some, actually I do care, but you know, I should be neutral. So we're going to see some of that. But remember, once the physical asset is here, there's something to operate, and maybe someone acquires it cheaper. That's been the model for biomass plants for years. Castle Rock Biofuels, this is a client of mine. They're working on building a biorefinery at the former mill site in Millinocket. Next. So they're using a pyrolysis process, which has been around for 100 years. They've got their own twist on it, but they make a liquid fuel out of wood that can be used as heating oil, or it can be further refined in a traditional oil refinery. Got over 20 years of production at a facility in Ontario. They have some regional users. They're going to use slash, that's just tops and branches, as feedstock. And the reason they're so restricted is due to the federal renewable fuel standard, which I'll cover in a second. Next. All right, Biofine, another technology. They make something called levulinic acid that you've never heard of, except, so I went to high school in Delaware, and my entire class, aside from me, became chemists for DuPont. So I called some of them and asked if they've ever heard of levulinic acid. It turns out it's like flour is to bakers. It's in everything, and you never actually go buy it. It's just in there. So they're making levulinic acid, and then Biofine's going to take it and make something called ethyl levulate. I'm probably getting that backwards. Doesn't matter. They're making home heating fuel. Again, it's going to be drop-in. If you heat with oil, you could heat with their product. They're at the former mill site in Maine. They're out raising money right now. Next. So they, again, have a thermochemical process. They've been piloting a facility here forever. First one I went to was in Glens Falls, New York in the 90s. Most recently, they've spent a while at the University of Maine perfecting their technology. And they're, again, going to use slash as their feedstock. Next. All right, so the Renewable Fuel Standard is this federal incentive. We might call it a subsidy, but it's money that's available for developing liquid fuels. This is the same program at the high level that supports ethanol, but there's a sort of carve out for wood. And it restricts feedstock to three things: slash, exclusively tops and branches, pre-commercial thinnings, and planted trees from a plantation established prior to 2007. We don't really have timber plantations in the Northeast. You'll see where they are in the dark areas, the Gulf Coast and the Pacific Northwest. We do not have pre-commercial thinnings the way the statute thinks of them, so we're restricted to slash. Also can come from only non-federal lands. Not an issue in Maine, but if you imagine the wildfire crisis that exists in the West, this might be the dumbest piece of public policy out there. And that's saying something. There are efforts underway to change this, but until it's changed, both Biofine and Castle Rock have to operate within these parameters, so tops and branches. Next. All right, why are folks here looking at home heating oil? Well, it's because in the Northeast, that's what we use to heat with. If this was in the Southeast or somewhere else, we might be looking at a different technology to make a different product. But here we use oil, so oil is the low-hanging fruit. The goal that everyone thinks they're going to get to is a drop-in replacement for gasoline or diesel. Those are very, very, very hard standards to hit. They have really tight parameters, whereas literally burning something to generate heat in your basement has wider parameters to hit. Next. Okay, 3D printing, we're not there yet commercially, but this has a lot of potential. University of Maine has the largest 3D printer in the world. I think that's still true. They keep using it to print stuff with wood. This is a boat where they, for security reasons, decided to put the entire delegation and the governor without life jackets. So, okay, next. There's only so many boats that are going to be printed. This actually is a tiny home that they printed in parts and then assembled those parts. It's at the university. I've been in it. It's pretty cool. And this actually strikes me as a market that someone could utilize and take off with. Next. All right. So, okay, good. I've got a few minutes. So that's what's coming and more that we don't know about, but that's what's actually coming. I am very optimistic that a lot of those things provide us markets and a bunch of markets. So then I do worry about things. I worry about a lot of stuff. And 1A is the logging workforce, both their age and the economic health in the sector. I keep forgetting. I think I'm 57. There's a chance I'm 58, but I'm in that range. November 1968, if someone wants to quickly do the math. When I joined the industry in 1995, the average age of a logger in New England was 4 years older than me. I am willing to bet that the average age of a logger in New England is still 4 years older than me. This was non-problematic in 1995. This is highly problematic in 2026. So I worry about that. I mentioned all the markets, but really the low-grade markets bother me the most. The federal rules for the renewable fuel standard place this region at a significant disadvantage to our so-called friends in the South. We don't have enough forest products trucking. We don't have enough trucking of anything, but that includes forest products. And then for years, I've been going to places and seeing really cool stuff at universities and at research labs and in development. And for some reason, it is not reaching commercial scale in the timeline I would hope. And I'm not entirely sure why. I spent a lot of time on that. Every time I get rid of what I think the bottleneck is, I discover a new one. But there's a whole bunch of cool stuff out there, and we need to figure out how to push it into actual market. Next. All right. Some big disruptions are coming. I'm going to talk economy-wide, and I'm going to talk forest industry specific. Trade and trade wars and tariffs are sort of changing everything. We're simultaneously, and maybe these two might be linked, but we're increasing likelihood of a recession. We're actually on cycle for a recession. They happen, and one is expected to happen around now-ish, and we're not doing probably what we need to do to avoid that or push it out. The U.S. is doing some things that is likely accelerating the end of the dollar as the global reserve currency. And you're like, what do I care if oil's traded in dollars? Or, who owns our debt, blah, blah, blah. There will not be a replacement. There will sort of be a basket of replacements, and the dollar will be an important part of that. But it's going to increase interest rates by about 1%, 100 basis points on everything, forever. So you probably care about that. And then the demographics of rural America, which is where our industry is located, are fundamentally challenged. Not enough young people, loss of hospitals. We did get a boost in some ways from COVID when people could move more rural and enjoy their lifestyle, enjoy the rural lifestyle while pulling down a Boston or Portland salary. And that is good for maintaining the hospital. That's good for maintaining the school. those people are not going to work in sawmills. They're not going to cut wood. They're not us. They may be very good people. They may contribute to the community. They might be Little League coaches and Boy Scout leaders. We welcome them as neighbors. They're not going to address our fundamental working lands and manufacturing-based workforce issues. Next. All right. Forever, not forever, for decades and decades, really the independent contractor has been the only harvesting business model. I think we're at the end of that. We're going to see more mills. Certainly large landowners are already getting into that space, but we're going to see more and more mills. We're also going to see mills get involved in trucking and sort of reaching into those. Carbon markets, and more importantly, I think broader ecosystem markets are going to impact harvesting practices and rotation age. This could actually end up being beneficial long-term. It's hard to find the short-term forest products market benefit, but it could be beneficial long-term. I'm actually involved in a carbon project in New Hampshire where you know, it's not, but it's being structured and will function as a term easement, really restricting the next generation's options until they're old enough to make wise decisions. That would be the position of the older generation that's transferring the land. And then we're going to see incorporation of artificial intelligence and remote operations in the coming decade. So that might help solve some of our workforce issues. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Next. All right. Maine's age distribution, real quickly, I've talked about demographics. On the left, you see these are 5-year increments starting from the bottom is people just born. The top, I don't know, I can't see, but we'll call it, you know, over 90, and those 5-year increments in between. You'll see in 2000, there's sort of 2 bubbles. One is teenagers through 20-something, and another is people in their 40s and 50s. We go to 2020. All those people have aged 20 years, presumably. What I want to point out to you is that top bubble moves up. And look around the room. That's that top bubble. Right. Right. That bottom bubble is gone. They're not in Maine. They might be in Boston. They might be in Arizona. I mean, they might be, well, my kids weren't around in 2000, but my kids currently live in Manchester, England, and Truckee, California, but they don't live here. And that's, we're seeing a similar demographic. Next. This is for the whole country, so this isn't Maine, and this isn't rural America. Maine is worse off here, and rural America is worse off here. But since 2010, we haven't had a fertility rate of 2.0. We've been below that. What that means is we're not replacing, as people die, we're not having people born. And that is a sign of a prosperous economy, and simultaneously that is a sign of a deeply troubled economy. It is prosperous now. This is the sign of current prosperity, but you can work out the demographics going forward, and it points to problems down the road. Next. All right, things I keep hearing. I worry about markets for low-grade wood. This is nothing new. I've been worrying about this since the mid to late 90s, but it's becoming urgent. I hear a lot of worry about carbon markets. I don't necessarily share that worry. A lot depends on how they're structured, what the rules are. In some ways, it might add stability. It all depends on what you mean by carbon markets, and there's probably 40 different things that could accurately be described as carbon market. Some are great, some are, from our perspective, some are horrible, and then there's a whole lot on the spectrum between them. And then for me, trying to bring in new businesses, the important thing is that we've got professionals out there to cut wood. We've got land, I want markets, and I need someone to connect those two. Next. We're going to be fine long-term. I truly believe we're an industry used to a boom and bust cycle. Even though they're challenged, we've got markets that other places in the country would be wildly jealous of. We have the forest resource. We've got the infrastructure. We've got people like you and the folks you work with. And I'm going to show you, but we live in proximity to and are part of the greatest collection of consumers in the history of the world. Next. All right, these are the forests of the world. Real quick, start with me, upper left quadrant. We're going to start in Alaska, whip across the boreal forest. Yeah, it dips down into the Pacific Northwest, goes all the way across Canada, picks up again in Scandinavia, across Russia to Siberia, right? Drop down from there. You certainly have the Indonesian and Southeast Pacific forests. We have sub-Saharan Africa, and then that huge dark piece you see, literally the lungs of the planet, that is the Amazon basin. Oh, and then, of course, we don't want to forget the Appalachian forest that starts really in East Texas. It starts in the Gulf Coast, runs up through Maine, and joins the boreal forest right around here. Okay, next. All right. These are the markets of the world. This is not a population map. The reason you know that is because India is not blinding you. I'm not kidding. This is a map of folks so rich they can leave the lights on at night. We take that for granted. That is in the history of humanity, a brand new thing. These are the places where wealth is concentrated. I want to remind you of where the forests are. We're going to start in the upper left, that dark area. You see like one light. That's probably a nuclear silo. That's Alaska. We go across that dark area, the boreal forests of Canada. Nothing. Market's not there. Pick up, there's certainly a little bit in Scandinavia. Then we go across Russia into Siberia, not a whole lot. Again, drop down into Indonesia and the Pacific, Southeast Asia, not a whole lot. Sub-Saharan Africa, nothing. Amazon basin, there's one light in the middle, that is the city of Manaus. They have a spectacular opera house and nothing else. That's it. Not a big market. Okay. There is one and only one spot, and if we look at where the Appalachian forest, and for us turning into the boreal forest, runs up the eastern seaboard, that's it. Market and forest sit atop one another in one and only one region of this world. We are part of it, and if we can't exploit that advantage, this is like being born on third base. You're not guaranteed to get home, but man, you got a head start. That's where we are in terms of forests. Next. All right. With that, I share stuff like this, I don't know, 4 or 5 times a year. I also host a dinner once a month through Forest Resources Association. If that's of interest to you, get on my email list and I'll make sure you get those invites. And with that, I bet that's the last slide. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. I think I can take questions. Yep. I can take questions. I can.
What are the opportunities for changing the renewable fuel standards so that they aren't as restrictive?
So there is a piece of legislation in Congress right now, and both of our senators are co-sponsors of it. So in case there's anyone repping here, thank you. That would really open it up to any wood that's not saw logs. So importantly for Maine, that would mean some pulpwood species. I don't think anyone's going to try to go compete for hardwood pulp just given prices, but perhaps hemlock and pine, some other. And then for this region, also sawmill residuals, which are currently excluded, which is I mean, the whole RFS is ridiculous, but sawmill residuals are particularly ridiculous. And just, you know, if mills can't move their residuals, we all have a problem. So there are efforts underway. I expect that in the next few years this will be fixed, but for the facilities under development now, they have to assume the worst case scenario, which is tops and branches.
Other questions? And if you're online, Harold, I'll get you. If you're online and you want to ask a question, put it in the chat, and I can see the chat on my phone.
You mentioned challenges for both the Madison Mill and what we hope is going to occur in Jay. You sort of described it and went up to the edge, but you never quite made a prediction. Do you have one for either as their short-term viability?
I am familiar with both of those projects at a level that requires I not offer an opinion.
Well, that's a political answer now, isn't it?
Like I've signed a confidentiality agreement.
I'm going to get Vince over here, then I'll get.
We do see you, though. Yeah, all right.
Thank you. Yeah, one thing, if I'm not mistaken, the renewable fuel standards only applies to transportation fuels with a tweak on it that does have some exceptions for sustainable aviation fuel. Am I wrong on that?
You are wrong. It also applies to space heating, but not process heat. So heating this building, yes. If we were a factory using heat for process, no.
Okay. And then another thing, and I'd like your prediction on it. The correlation between softwood log prices and housing starts has been forever kind of a standard metric. And I think the thing that F&W always points at is 1.5 million housing starts is that break point where they start seeing a reflection in improved softwood stumpage values. Now, in the most recent issue of F&W Forestry Report, there was an article in there that didn't say, but it suggested that not just the issue of mortgage rates affecting housing starts, but housing availability needs to be taken into consideration with the fact that all of our houses in a few years are going to be out there on the market because we will either be dead or in nursing homes. Now, that's what I would like your insight into, is that going to add another dimension to a lessened demand for softwood logs because there won't be the driving factor for new housing starts if there's quality housing available in glut already built?
Yeah, that is absolutely a factor. There's two others that will depress housing starts. One sort of offsets itself, and that is we're going to see a lot more multifamily. We're just raising a generation of folks that are more comfortable living in an apartment building. We are. It's showing that. All the data shows that. And then separately, household formation. Well, one, the overall demographics that I showed you, there just aren't as many young people. But household formation, which is, you know, in the most traditional sense, when I got married and my wife and I bought a house, you know, that's household formation. It needn't be exactly that, but folks that consider them a household formation is on a long-term decline. So as a percentage, so we have a bunch of existing housing stock that is going to be hitting the market in the next decade. We have just fewer young people, just as a raw number. And then we have a decrease in housing formation. Some of that might be people pushing that out, getting married later, though there's a counter trend in some regions. Some of it may just be people that are never going to form a household. So all of that works against housing starts, and therefore softwood sawlog.
So from an economic standpoint, you mentioned moving away from the independent contractor standpoint of harvesting wood.
Yeah.
And mills getting interested in trucking and harvesting. Do you see that as a negative or a positive impact for the private landowner?
I don't know that it's either. I think there's just going to be more availability. There's going to be a bigger menu to pick from, but I don't know that it'll, for a family forest owner, I don't know that it's going to matter. I could make both cases, but in all honesty, I think they probably offset each other.
There has been no discussion of the word immigration. It's a very political issue at the moment, and yet it is historically a source of labor and people going to work. How do you have an opinion of how that factors in here?
I mean, it's a source of labor and a source of demand. It's both. If we either both of my kids who are 22 and 24 and all of their peers throughout the country need to like get busy tomorrow and each have 3 kids, or, which I'm not cheering for, but like that's what's got to happen, which also sort of fixes a hospital problem. But either that happens, and I don't see that happening because I know a bunch of kids that age, or we have immigration, both documented and undocumented, providing labor and demand and population growth. Those are the 2 choices if we want to maintain a sort of viable working population. The other is sort of a near-term prosperous, long-term declining country and economy. But I'm going to just say that there's folks here with children and grandchildren. You can leave here and call them and tell them to get you some, like get going on something tonight. That's the other option.
On that high note, we're going to, I think to bring everybody's level up in a positive way, we probably will do some door prizes just to get everybody off the depression.
Sorry about that.
But we'll take one more question while we're setting up for that, if anybody has one, and if we want to bring them up. I also want to introduce my better half standing there in the back of the room. Would you raise your hand there? I don't think people met her at a meeting, but there she is right there. So that's my other half.
Tom, we had a question over here, Tom.
Okay, we're going to draw. Was there a question?
Yeah, I thought there was a question.
Was there a question? Okay. Get the last one.
I'll end it on a really high note. It's going to be awesome. Now you ask the question that's the answer to.
I just wondered how you felt about the potential sale of dams on main waterways and optimism towards how that may or may not affect wood markets.
Yeah, and I think this is a particular question about the Kennebec River and the Nature Conservancy's plan to purchase and eventually remove those dams. I have met with them. Maine Forest Products Council has met with them. I know they're in ongoing discussions with SAPI. I talked to folks. Many of you knew John Cashwell, recently passed. His daughter, Morgan, is lead attorney for the Nature Conservancy at the national level. She is not surprisingly heavily involved. I don't know how any of this works out, but I fundamentally believe that the Nature Conservancy understands the complexity and the need for SAPI to get that water and will find a way for that to happen. I think their preference is for it to happen without a dam. SAPI insists that they need the dam. Like I'm not a forester, I'm also not a dam guy or water guy, so I don't know how, I can't assess anyone's credibility there. But I would say that TNC seems to be very much aware of the situation, the impact on the Maine economy, and I would say if they screw this up, they do not ever get to do anything in Maine or probably New England again, and they know that. So I'm very optimistic. Is that how you want to end, Tom? Thank you.
Okay, get your tickets out. We're going to draw some quick door prizes. The last 4 digits, 1993. 1993. Yep, you're going to have a choice of 2 items. 1993? No? Oh, we got it. Okay. Grab another item. The last 4, this one at 2009. 2009. You hate to do it? Oh my goodness. All right. 2089. 2089. 2 more, 3 more. Quick. We're doing good. 1933. 1933. 1933. 2045. And let's do one more quick one. This is going good because a lot of times we don't. Okay, 2124. 2124. No taker? 2028. 2028. Somebody jump up and take it. I tell that every time I do this. I said, after about the 3rd time I roll a number, you just stand up. We're not going to ask, it's such an honest group. Nobody checks. We got one still going? We're still waiting on one, right? 2129. All right.
Thanks to Eric Kingsley for your incredibly thorough report. And I know you tried really hard to make it optimistic at the end. And I do think there's a long-term optimism for the wood market. So thanks. So now we have our next presenters. This is a bit of a team effort. We have Dr. Jessica Leahy. A lot of you know who she is. She actually she's a former board president for Maine Woodland Owners. She's a very good friend of Maine Woodland Owners. I rely on her a lot. She is also a professor of Human Dimensions of Natural Resources at the University of Maine School of Forest Resources. And as part of her work, she runs what's called Leahy Lab. And so she works with grad students on really interesting projects. And at the end of 2024 and early 2025, you may have remembered at last annual meeting, we had we asked people to complete surveys. I think there was a little station in the lobby that gave people a chance to complete a member survey that we wanted to conduct. And Jessica and her team developed that survey and conducted that survey. And now she has a new cohort of grad students who have analyzed those results. And it's a way for us to not only know about our membership, but understand woodland owners in Maine, small woodland owners in Maine. And I know that Maine Woodland Owners is relied upon by a lot of organizations and institutions to be the voice and also the finger in the wind for Maine woodland ownership, especially those in the smaller realm. And so this membership or this woodland owner survey was meant to provide that information. So we now have Jessica and her team here to provide the highlights from that from that survey. So if you were part of that, if you completed a survey, now you have the results here today. So I really appreciate you here today, and I'll have Jessica jump in. Thanks.
Good morning, and we'll get the slides going. All right, yeah, good morning, and we are really excited to share the membership survey results with all of you. I have 2 graduate students with me today that will be presenting. And if we could go to the next slide. Jen did a really nice job introducing me. I have been at the University of Maine as a professor for 20 years. As many people from away say, I got here as soon as I could. I was born and raised in Alaska and then got my forestry schooling at Oregon State University and the University of Minnesota. At the University of Maine, I teach in both the forestry and the Parks, Recreation, and Tourism program. And Maine is, as you know, the University of Maine is the public research university for the state of Maine. We recently attained our R1 status, which means increasingly we're focused on our research activities. And for me, that means graduate student mentoring. And these are a picture at Tanglewood's 4-H camp of the group in the fall. 2 outstanding grad students will be presenting today. Mahmoud is here in the audience, and Isabella is over at the Maple Producers Meeting, collecting data for her thesis. Those 4 students who are here today are the same 4 students that came to the Libby's for the Forestry Field Day. So you'll start to see these familiar faces. I hope you'll say hi to them when we break. Next slide. So yeah, we did the membership survey, and in fact, this is the 2nd time the University of Maine's done a membership survey for Maine woodland owners. We did it in 2015, and then at the 10-year anniversary, it seemed a good time to do it again. We used many questions from the previous one, but we also met with the membership committee to find out how the questions might have changed, how we could make the survey more efficient for people. We also had 3 students last year who, including Corinne, but also 2 others, who put in special questions related to the topics of their interest. The survey was open for a 6-week period. We did announce it last year at this same meeting. We also put it in 2 issues of the newsletter. It was also on the Facebook page, and we emailed it out to the membership through the email list that Maine woodland owners had. So lots of opportunities were available, and we actually had 306 people fully complete the survey. So thank you if you were one of them. That means that 15% of the membership contributed and provided feedback on the direction for the organization. It was great. So once we finished that, we had all this, we have an abundance of data. We have 300 surveys to process, and it would be very easy for me to squirrel away with my computer and run all the numbers, but we never let a good learning opportunity go to waste. So I, with glee, in September, I said, this calls for a spreadsheet. And I made a special class for my grad students. I don't quite know what their reaction was, and I won't look because we did it anyway. So I created this class, a one-off class, that was called Advanced Excel for Environmental Social Scientists. They earned a credit, and we talked about, I just love Excel. I use Excel or Google Sheets probably daily. I think all graduate students should be proficient in it. So we talked about data entry, cleaning, sorting, filtering, how to do pivot tables, stats, data visualizations, and then the students took over and taught each other things that they were interested in. All throughout, we were using the survey data as the class data set and doing different examples. And then the final project was to write a newsletter article and prepare slides to figures to go along with it. So there's this sort of twofer. I hope we're doing something great for the organization, but I also really appreciate the opportunity to have it as a training opportunity for the students. So let's go to the next slide. This one was prepared by Autumn, who's not here today. She analyzed the question that was, what is your most important concern as a woodland owner? And by far, the #1 answer that people had were related to stewardship and best management practices. People phrased this in all different ways, and we combined it. They wanted to know how to take proper care of their land, how to meet their conservation goals, how to have a good timber harvest. This was phrased in lots of ways, but ultimately people wanted to know how to be a good steward of their land. Next most common, the most important concern that people had were related to invasive pests and diseases. So people wrote in that they wanted to know more about emerald ash borer, spruce budworm, beech leaf disease, beech bark disease, and all the things that are threats to white pine. We were surprised at the third thing that people were most interested in, and that was issues related to forest legacy. Maine woodland owners, when Rich Merck was president, had a series of articles about legacy. There's a Maine woodland owners publication related to maintaining your legacy. But people who responded were really concerned about what happens to their land after they're gone, what to do if their kids aren't interested or can't afford the land, and just how to preserve the legacy of good stewardship that they have. Next up were things that Autumn coded as human activity, and that relates to public access, recreation on your land, issues of privacy, illegal dumping, and things like that, followed by rules and regulations, many of which was related to tree growth tax law. Coming in at the end were items related to wood markets, and then also climate change and extreme weather events. Next slide, please. Okay, next up we have on the green slides here are what is the most important thing that Maine woodland owners does currently to serve its members. So looking at the green bar, you can see that the education related to stewardship and best management practices were the thing that was most valued by the members. That includes the newsletter, it includes education events, the website was mentioned here. Then number two, a strong number two was the legislative policy work and advocacy on behalf of woodland owners. And then third was networking. Now the pink bar is what is the most important thing that Maine woodland owners could do to serve its members. And there, the strongest bar is the none or don't know. And a lot of people said, just keep doing the good work. That's great to see. But number two was more on education, and then there was a tie for third with the others. Next slide, please. Okay, this is Isabella's slide, and Isabella wanted to look at the questions that we had about legislative priorities. And here, the number one legislative concern or the importance that the members wanted to see the organization advocate for was protecting the tree growth tax law. Followed by that were policies that would support landowners in responding to invasive pests and diseases. And then tied for three, number three were issues preventing Sunday hunting, protecting privacy, and managing public use of the private land. But all of them were important, so these are all really strong bars out of having people rate them from 1 to 10. And so also discontinued and abandoned roads and advocating for the availability of technical assistance was also fairly strong. I'm going to hand it over to Corinne next, and what I mentioned was we did special topics, including tree planting, carbon programs, and recreation access issues, and we're going to give detailed slides on the first two, and so Corinne will take over.
Hi everybody, my name is Corinne Cullenberg. As Jessica said, I'm a graduate student in her lab. And yeah, you can go to the next slide, please. I did the tree planting questions, but first I wanted to give a little more background about myself. I'm from Farmington, Maine, Mount Blue High School alum, and I also graduated from Bates College, majoring in environmental studies. And now I'm at UMaine, working on ecology and environmental sciences. And then the next slide. So yeah, I focused on the tree planting questions, and first I wanted to just talk about some of the reasons why tree planting is important. And talking about a little history here too, because UMaine used to house a public tree nursery from 1913 through the 1980s, but that closed, and so now customers across the state have to largely turn to out-of-state suppliers. There's also been an increase in interest in native plants and doing the planting yourself. So there's a need for more tree planting in Maine. And so these next survey questions were aiming to gain insight from engaged landowners. So here's the first graph, and first I just wanted to point out that from the people who answered the tree planting questions, 56% of the respondents indicated at least moderate interest in tree planting on their land. So that's pretty high interest, so this was definitely something we wanted to focus on. And then of those people who indicated interest, we wanted to look at some of the motivations. And this used a 5-point Likert scale, and you can see in the bottom right, it might be a little small for you, but those are the different ratings, with 5 being extremely important and 1 being not important at all. So of all the options that were listed, you can see all of them were at least 3s. This is showing the mode from the responses. So that was good that people liked the options that were provided on the survey. And you can see in green at the top, addressing climate change based on the mode. That was the top motivation. And the next few that follow are also ones that are very future oriented, which was interesting to see that survey takers were very interested in the long-term benefits of their land and not just short-term effects. And then the next one. This one is separated by county, and luckily we had respondents from all 16 counties in Maine. So this is looking at the planting approach that landowners want to take. So you can see the blue is wanting to plant the trees themselves, and then the orange is hiring someone to plant the trees. The green is combining both approaches, and then the purple is not being sure yet at this time. And this graph is showing the percentage of each response type across the 16 counties. And 7 of the counties indicated a preference for planting the trees themselves, and additionally 3 more counties tied between planting the trees themselves and also not being sure at this point. And so we can see this preference towards planting the trees themselves is indicating autonomy and a desire for involvement. And this is also cool to see because planting trees can invite an opportunity to connect with your land. And then the last graph I have is also separated by county. So this kind of connects back to the public tree nursery that I mentioned earlier that it hasn't happened since the 80s, but this was a question about reestablishing a public tree nursery. And this also used a Likert scale, and this is looking at the average answers, and it was 1 through 5, with 5 being the most supportive. And you can see the green bars are pretty high. There were 10 counties that averaged a supportive score of at least a 4, and all 16 counties demonstrated at least 3, which was a neutral response for support for reestablishing a public tree nursery. And so it seemed reasonable to pair this with a way to gauge people's knowledge of where to obtain seedlings for this planting. And so you can see those bars in blue are a lot lower. So all 16 counties averaged a 3 or lower of moderate knowledge for where to obtain seedlings, and 14 of the counties averaged less than 3. So despite the general trending support for reestablishing a public tree nursery, we can see that we need some more education for where to obtain the seedlings, in addition to increased stock to keep up with the growing demand. And this is just interesting to see because the support for the public nursery does exist should federal funding or a foundational grant become available. Thank you.
Excellent. And next, Dinesh is going to present about carbon programs. These questions were originally developed by Felipe Trujillo, who was a Fulbright scholar at the University of Maine. He successfully defended his dissertation last May and started a position at the Catholic University of Columbia in his home country. So Dinesh did a good job stepping in to summarize those questions.
Thank you, Professor Leahy. Hi, everyone. I'm Dinesh. I'm a current PhD student at University of Maine. Clearly, you can say I'm not from Maine or US. Currently, I'm doing a PhD in forest resources at UMaine, but I did my undergrad from Agriculture and Forestry University in Nepal. So I have been here since last August, and I'm having pretty fun, enjoying the museums and participating in Forestry Field Day and participating in conferences and so and all. So I got to analyze some data from the Maine Woodland Owner Survey. So today I will be talking a little bit about the carbon perspective on carbon incentives. So starting from the knowledge of carbon programs, basically it's people getting paid for conserving the forest that stores the carbon to protect climate change. So I apologize, the first one is not in order. Clearly we can see that only 2.6% of the woodland owners were extremely knowledgeable. So and 17.97 people are not at all knowledgeable. So from the survey, we can conclude that most of the people are not that much knowledgeable on what carbon programs are and what they do to the woodland owners. And on the right side, you can see the interest in carbon programs. So they are in order. You can see only 12% are extremely interested. From these two tables, we can conclude that those who were a little bit of knowledgeable and those were the one who were interested. So it seems we need to impart more knowledge on that. Next, please. So they were asked about the motivation to enroll in carbon programs, and most of them, almost 50% of them were motivated to enroll in carbon program in exchange for the access to technical support and education rather than just money. So the blue are the strongly agreed members, and the orange bars, they are the percentage of members who agree upon those motivations. Like from the first, you can see the access to technical resource, and at the last, you can see the additional income. So the members were more interested, more motivated to enroll in carbon programs when they were given enough resources and technical support. Next, please. And apart from the income they can generate by selling the carbon credits, they were asked what if they were just supported non-financially, like for forest management or education and resource from other information resources, something like that. And again, people gave top priority and high priority to the technical resources and education and assistance from the government as well as the experts. For example, 22.88% strongly agreed and 44.77% agree to the access to technical education rather than just other income resources. And next, please. And for once they were asked to enroll in the carbon programs while terminating their contracts, or if they intend to withdraw from the contract, they were asked that how much are you willing to pay the penalties for withdrawing. the more harsh the penalties were, the less they were interested to enroll in the programs. So from this, we can conclude that we should, the penalties for withdrawing should be communicated properly, and we should make them less harsh. Also, for willingness to accept the no harvest program, yeah, this was kind of a bummer. So almost 80% of the people were, almost 80% of the people have tendency to reject the carbon programs if they were told that you are not allowed to harvest. Well, the more people keep their land unharvested, the more we can store the carbon. So, but also they were not interested if they were not allowed to harvest. So on top of that, we can see that 11% did not even respond to that question. From this, we can, they were also asked that, oh, what if you are allowed to harvest partially? Well, they were a bit confused, and they didn't even respond. So we can conclude that if they are communicated properly, they might understand and enroll in carbon programs. We were getting responses something like, who is funding this program? They seem like scam. So most years sounds like if they are communicated properly, what harvesting means, what partial harvesting means, and what benefits they can get, they can they can highly be interested to enroll in the carbon programs. Yeah, that's for me. Thank you.
Great, and I'll wrap up just a little bit before pulling up the slides. So in the case of the carbon program, we solicited input from Renoster and the American Forest Foundation's Family Forest Carbon Program. They understood that ultimately the decision was the membership committee as to what questions they wanted to include, and that they weren't getting proprietary information about your responses. However, I think you can see how those questions are helpful to Maine woodland owners in terms of maybe content for the newsletter, content for webinars and programs, given that people were interested but lacking in knowledge. The other thing is that it can be really helpful for woodland owners in terms of letting the carbon programs know where you're at in terms of trying to design credible yet fair programs that are going to have people interested in it, and there are some non-starters or some things that just aren't going to work if that's the requirements of the carbon program, and that's really helpful for them to know as they try to find that spot of a credible program that is going to be acceptable to private woodland owners like yourself. So we'll go to the second to last slide. And yeah, so this is, the slides are very small. I apologize for that. It's just the nature of the room. So we had already thought of this. We are going to do a monthly newsletter article that summarizes this plus other additional analysis that we're going to do. So you're going to have a chance to read about the results, study the figures up close in the newsletter, and see to compare that to your own perceptions. We're also going to add, we didn't present on this, but we have a lot of questions related to public access to private lands, concerns about invasive plants, and non-members and former members also responded to the survey, and so we're able to compare members to non-members. We'll also be able to compare the results from 2015 to 2025. We're also going to continue our discussions with the membership committee about how they might want to use these results. And final slide. So I just want to thank everybody for taking the survey. I hope that the University of Maine's invited to do it again in 2035, and I hope that you're still a member so that you can take the survey then. And I want to thank you, if you did do the survey, for that feedback. I feel comfortable saying it's not the only way to provide feedback. It's a great way, but I can attest that the board and the staff, and we've already read from the new executive director, Amanda Egan, in her newsletter article that her door is open. Everybody's still willing to listen outside of the membership survey about the direction you'd like the organization to go. And importantly, I want to thank you for the opportunity for the students that this membership survey provided. So thank you, and all three of us are available for questions.
Who's got questions?
Tree planting's a lot of fun. I'm curious, in your discussion, was there any recognition of the fact of the impact of deer on planting trees?
Did people bring up deer? We have deer in other parts. I'm not sure that it came up in the in that. I think what the way that I would use that, Sai, is I would think that landowners are very interested in planting trees, and those of us that have planted trees know that's true for about the first 25 trees. So if people want to do that, we need to encourage them to make small orders and to try it. And in order to have success, if it's a hardwood seedling, then you are going to want to protect it with a tube and sort of get people, don't provide the education and the technical assistance so that people are not buying 1,000 trees without protection and having all of them eaten by deer. We want to help people be successful. And okay, planting 25 trees doesn't, that's a small amount, but that's okay. You try it, you find it. Any engagement with a woodlot, to me, is good engagement. Lloyd has a question.
Here, Lloyd.
I was wondering how many people in the, it seems education is their big focus on this, and yet university has no extension forester at the moment. And I wish you'd comment on why that should be, especially since we've got several dozen of them teaching people how to be master gardeners, but nothing helping people learn how to be master woodlot owners.
The dean is here, too.
In the room?
Yes.
Oh.
I don't know if she wants to respond.
I can answer it whether she's here or not. I love what you're saying, Lloyd, because you're acknowledging the cooperative extension is so good at what it does. So we have had budget cuts at the university. It's been over time. You saw about it recently in the Portland Press-Herald and the Bangor Daily News. Extension has been forced to focus on food systems and 4-H, quality youth development, and that's good. There's also no better organization on campus that sort of can do stuff on a shoestring. So there is what's called the Maine Woods Program Leadership Team. So there are people working in extension on forestry. There's a Christmas tree specialist, there's a maple specialist, there's a sustainable ag person that's working on invasive plants, and then we've got county folks, particularly in Hancock and Washington County. There's now the Eastern Maine Regional Opportunities in Timber, Ocean, and Soil. Ocean, timber, and soil. So they are focusing on it, and then we also bring in grant-funded opportunities. So our wood bank work has been affiliated with Cooperative Extension, as well as some of our other family forest projects. But yeah, it's a budget-constrained environment. I think we're doing the best that we can, and it would be great. And I think our solution probably is grants and philanthropy to be able to make that happen.
I would also say that University of Maine is a terrific partner with nonprofits and other organizations, and I think there's a very collaborative atmosphere in the state to make up for that gap.
Yeah, partnerships. I should have mentioned that.
So as a former school teacher, I'm just wondering, are there any interdisciplinary actions with the education department to develop programs to get the teachers to teach the kids to be in the woods and to be outside and to appreciate? And as a former school teacher, we can't always expect the schools to do it. So when your grandkids come, get them outside. So I just wonder, is that something that you've ever considered, is just promoting the woodlands with the kids through the school systems?
Yeah, there's a lot of exciting stuff going on with K-12 education. Jeff McCabe, who just got elected to the board, he and I are on the Tri-County Technical Centers Natural Resource Program Advisory Board. It's the only CTE program in the state focused on natural resources. There's forestry programs. Those are really valuable. There's outdoor leadership programs, and then there's this one in Dexter that's trying to bring it all together. So CTE, I would look to Logan Johnson to talk about Maine Tree Foundation's work with workforce development. There's a lot that's going on, Piscataqua soil and water conservation. The examples are numerous, and I think maybe it's about telling the story, coordinating all these great efforts that are going. There's nonprofit and private efforts too. Molly London's got a forest school that just started in Milo with an after-school program where the kids are outside all the time. Using the forest school model that's very popular in Canada. So there is great stuff going on, and it's, I think, about highlighting it so others can adopt it in their community.
All right, I think we're going to wrap up. Thank you very much for this. We really appreciate you doing this. It's going to benefit the organization. It will help me with the newsletter, and I mean it. I'm looking forward to your articles and building off of those ideas that are coming from that, so thank you. And thank you to everyone who completed that survey. That's the only way we were able to do this, so thanks again.
I like the public editor announcement of a deadline for You Want the Newsletter article.
Yeah. Sure. Okay, I think we're going to do a couple more door prizes, and then we're going to move into our next segment.
Okay, here we go. 1934. 1934. 1934. Nope. 2023. Back there. Oh. Okay. 2015. He's way in the back. 2015. Right? No, in the back first, and then. To the guy in the back. Okay, one more. Whatever we have left. 1954. 1954. All right. There's one thing going around. Okay, I think we're done. I don't know. What is your number? Wait a minute. Is this a setup? If we got any, is there anything left that we didn't give out? Autumn, do you have something in your hand? Okay, bring that up. Andy, you just won yourself something. Andy, you just won yourself something. Yeah. Oh. You get the scarf. You get a Sea Dog scarf. There you go. That's yours. Okay. Oh. All in one. No, one item. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now is the time for no slides. This is going to be a time for some real heartfelt sentiments and words. And we're going to kick it off with some storytelling. And I think that's incredibly appropriate when it comes to talking about Tom. He is great with stories, and good ones, and real ones, and things that give you the idea easily what he experienced, and you get a chuckle to go with it. But I'm going to introduce him, and before I do that, I should introduce myself. It's funny to think everybody would know who I am since I'm the editor of the newsletter, but you probably don't see me very much. I'm Jen Hicks. I'm Director of Communications and Outreach with Maine Woodland Owners, and do get the newsletter out the door every month with the help of the team at the organization, including Tom. He was a big creative force for me, and I will miss that for sure. So as everybody knows, Tom Doak serves as the executive director. He's a third-generation woodland owner, and he graduated from the University of Maine with 2 degrees, one in forest management and wildlife management. He has been a licensed professional forester for 30 years, and early in his career, he worked as a forester and a land manager on Maine state-owned forest land, working for the Bureau of Public Lands. And then he became the director of the Maine Forest Service in 1999 and served that capacity for nearly 4 years. And he joined Maine Woodland Owners in 2004. During his time with the organization, he has served as the lead advocate for small woodland owners. And he has become the face of small woodland owners over the past 2 decades. And he's very, very recognized at the Maine State House, and he's consistently the defender of important policies, and of course for the Maine tree growth tax law, and also the continuing of the prohibition of Sunday hunting. He has felt, he's mentioned that the tree growth tax law has been one of the most effective tools in forest land conservation. And also another part of his legacy is the land trust. When we started the land trust in 1990, it grew with some momentum, but when Tom came on board, I think he's increased that land trust holdings over 75%. So we're now over 11,000 acres. And it's something he had gotten very good at creating this sense of trust with donors, but also knowledge about what is a good parcel, what's a good match for Maine woodland owners. He's also has with his deep forestry knowledge, he's been able to create some of our fundamental core programs, including some of the handouts and the manuals that we now use when we're supporting woodland owners and who are looking for more information. He's also been, well, he's able to talk very technically. He's been a big advocate for helping people get engaged in the initial phase of understanding your woods, so new woodland owners. And because of him, we have now a very robust new woodland owner initiative where we promote things like learn your trees and get into your woods and just enjoy what you have and think about what you want for the future for that. He's also been a big advocate for stewardship and long-term strategies to keep your forests. With Tom's leadership, the organization has kept its conserved lands open to the public for activities including hiking and hunting while maintaining traditional uses like sustainable timber harvesting. And so that's really an important factor because this is what Maine is about. That embodies the heritage of Maine's forests, is the idea that while they're owned privately, it is a public resource. And that has always been something Tom has advocated for as an organization with the support of the board. And I'm quite sure it will continue indefinitely with this organization. And it's one of the things that makes us special too, because we also pay our fair share of taxes on our land trusts, and that is something that as an organization has felt very strongly about, and Tom has led the way on that. And it's been shaping how Maine, the small woodlands in Maine look, feel, and have made it possible for all of you, to continue being woodland owners. And without all of you being woodland owners, maintaining your woods and passing them on to the next generation, our organization wouldn't exist as well as it does. So this has been a mutual relationship between Tom, the organization, and all of you. And today we're going to really focus on the fact that we do have a very big family, deep relationship, and we're quite connected to each other. And we thank you very much for all that you do. And so what I'm going to move into right now is we're going to do a little Q&A. I'm going to interview Tom. This is my last set of questions for him before he leaves. As he knows, I come into his office a lot with questions, needing answers, and he's always ready to offer his knowledge and his support. Again, I'll be missing that very much. So he and I have worked together to put a set of questions together, and he's going to give us a chance to hear more about his experiences, starting all the way from the time he started with the state and till now. So that's been almost 50 years. And so I hope you enjoy this. Hello.
Okay, here we go.
So Tom, like I said, you have been, my glasses on, you've worked in the forestry profession for nearly 50 years. half with the state of Maine, half with Maine woodland owners, believe it or not. And of course, when you started, it was called SWOM. So, it's one of those things where you saw a lot of transition. So what was the moment, but let's go all the way back to when you were young. What got you into the forestry career? Why forestry?
Well, let's see. My grandfather was a judge, and my brothers are all engineers, and my father's an engineer, and I hated math. So I said, I can't do that stuff. And but I grew up in Maine as walking in the woods a lot and hunting and things like that. And I just said, I'm going to do something completely different. So I actually started in wildlife, and I went to the University of Maine in wildlife. And 2 years into the wildlife program, my advisor said to me, nobody that graduated with a degree in wildlife last year from the University of Maine got a job. However, he said to me, everybody who graduated with the forestry degree got a job. And I said, well, this kind of helps a lot here. So I actually backed into forestry, if you think about it. So I said, I better start taking some forestry courses here. And I ended up with 2 degrees, a degree in forestry and a degree in wildlife. So that's how I got. But one of the things that made a real impression on me as a kid, and I grew up in Maine, and it was interesting because I've had the chance to work on this project in the last couple of years, was we drive through the Bowdoin Pines, if you know Bowdoin, if you know Brunswick and the Bowdoin Pines, the big, majestic white pine trees. As a kid, I was just always impressed by those trees. And so it kind of really left an impression on me. I didn't know if that's what forestry was, but it was a pretty impressive sight. And so I had the weird kind of coincidence of being asked by Bowdoin College, 3 years ago, to meet with them and see if I could help them figure out how to manage continue the Bowdoin Pines. And so that was a really kind of interesting project. So as a kid, I invited the Bowdoin Pines, and as a professional the last couple of years, I've been helping the college with that. So that was just kind of a fun thing to do.
So what are your fondest memories from your career?
It's easy to, I could talk about a whole bunch of different people. I've had some unbelievably funny and fun times with landowners and the commitment that landowners have. There are three interactions that I've had with landowners, and I won't mention names because if I mention somebody's name, they'll think, well, what about me? So I won't mention anybody's name, but there are 3 interactions that I think have really helped me understand this organization and landowners. And one of them was, I remember sitting in a kitchen this is a landowner, an elderly man who I was sitting in his kitchen in a house that was pretty dilapidated and had very little, but he had a couple hundred acres of land. And he talked to me about how important that land was and what it meant to him and how personal it was and how he wanted us as an organization to care for his property and continue what he had done and make sure that that was forever, we stewarded in a proper way. And I'm sitting there in a place that probably none of you would want to live and thinking about that's the one resource he has in his life, and he wants to donate it to this organization. That was a pretty impressive thing, and that made me think about all the other it kind of guided me a lot when I was talking to other donors, so I remember that. A second one was, and I don't usually get the chance to visit landowners, but I got a call from this landowner who lived out of state and was in a part of the southern part of the state, and I could just tell, something told me about this, that I said, this guy is going to be taken advantage of if somebody doesn't help him. And I don't know why I did this, but I said, I'll come visit you and walk your woodlot with you. And so I show up in his driveway, I pull in, and the most notorious logger in the state of Maine is standing in the driveway staring back at me. And this is not an indictment of loggers, because the vast majority of them are really good. But he looks at me, and I'll never forget the look on that logger's face, looking at me like, what in the world are you doing here? And he was not happy to see me because he had just had a long conversation with this landowner. And the landowner reiterated everything that he had just heard from this logger. And I can just remember that was the absolute opposite of everything you would ever want to do. And that made me think about, okay, we have to make sure that there are people out there that have all good intentions, but part of this organization is help those people. You know, whether it's us or another professional, but help these people. I got him associated with a forester that would help him. And I got a nasty phone call from this logger about, what are you doing interfering with my business? And I said, I will do that every single time. This is what we do, and you're not going to go do those things to these folks. I just remember that. And again, that's not an indictment on loggers, but this one was. I can tell you that if I named the name, there half the foresters in this room would probably shake their head. So. The third one I remember was an elderly woman calling me up in tears about the fact that she had to post her land. That this was, the idea of not sharing your land with the public was so foreign to her that she was beside herself. But there were things going on her property that she could not control, and she, misuse of it, and she just couldn't stand it anymore. But she was like beside herself because her view of the world is, I share my land. This is what I should be doing. And that got me thinking about, we really need to put some extra focus on landowner relations issues. And I actually saw the commissioner and deputy commissioner come in the room. It's good, perfect timing, because that prompted me to really push this idea, and this organization pushed this idea that these landowners need help. If you're going to provide public access to private land, they need help, and they shouldn't be dealing with these issues all by themselves. So that made me think about how we as an organization should be pushing the idea that private landowners are providing an incredible resource, and they should be helped on these issues. And I'll give the department a lot of credit. They picked up that banner and run with it. And have done an excellent job of that. But those are three kind of memories that I have of individuals that I dealt with, and it's like, it really kind of set the tone, I think, for the things that I remember in this organization, and tried to move the organization in that way.
So, speaking of what the core memories you've had and your work, you went from working for the state of Maine, in a more of a bureaucratic environment, and then you moved into this organization, which is nonprofit. It was quite small when you started, small budget. We did see the 20-year shift that John Melrose presented. So what drew you? Why did you think this was your next step for your career after retiring from the state?
It was quite a change. I remember the first day. So I went from being director of the Forest Service with 141 employees to walking in the door, and there's 3 of us, and that was kind of an interesting situation. I now was responsible for taking the trash to the transfer station and recycling and all kinds of things that I had never actually done before. But I remember I was a small landowner at heart, and I saw the potential of small landowners, and and I'm thinking, they really need to be represented here, and they are really important. And as one myself, it was important to me, and it kind of really matched up my values. And so it was a very easy thing to do. And actually, I think the Ford president that hired me, Joe Pierce. Joe, you're here somewhere, I think. I know you're here somewhere. Joe in the back, right there. Joe had actually, I don't know if it was good or bad, but Joe hired me anyway, so as the board president. And so it was fun, and it was something I really enjoyed. And I can remember, I came from a political point of view where you couldn't always say what you really wanted to say. I had more freedom in this job to say, no way. And that was a good thing for me.
I will say you don't say no a lot, though. You've been very open. I would say that, maybe because our ideas just were that good and you didn't have to
You
say
should
no?
ask a few legislators if they've ever heard me say
Oh,
no.
in the legislative world, for sure.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
said no.
Speaking-
You don't see it in public. You hear it in the corridor. No way.
Speaking of the legislative world, what is your most memorable legislative hearing?
The most memorable hearing I ever was at was the absolute first one I ever represented this organization in front of. It was a Sunday hunting bill. It was when Governor Baldacci put in his budget, in order to get a $3 license increase in the hunting licenses through the sportsmen, the governor at the time agreed to put Sunday hunting in the budget, so authorizing Sunday hunting in the budget, not a separate bill, in the budget, which is often much more difficult to fight than a separate bill. And I remember being told, there's no way you're going to stop that. There's no way. I remember, so I went to the Farm Bureau and I said, we got to do something. So the Farm Bureau and this organization put out a press release basically saying how shocked we were that the governor would do this and not talk to the people most affected. And the crap hit the fan at that point. I can't believe how many phone calls I got. And I didn't really understand how important this was to landowners until that happened. But we went into a hearing, and I wish my friend George Smith was still here, because George had sent out, he was the head of SAM, and he had sent out a note to his members, and the appropriations room is fairly small. He said, get there early and take up all the seats, so that, well, somebody who got the message sent me the note and said, this is what the plan is. So I said to our members, get there even earlier. And we had stickers that said, no Sunday hunting with a line through it, like you see with a red line through it. That hearing was, the room was full of our folks, the halls were backed up, the overflow room was backed up. I had a woman call me, said, I've lived in Maine all my life, I'm 80 years old, I have never been to the State House, is that the one with the dome? Because I'm coming to testify, and I'm thinking, this is going to be good. And it went on for 4, 5, 6 hours, I bet. And I would say 90% of the people got up and were hammering the issue, hammering the governor, hammering the poor commissioner of IF&W who sat there the whole time and listened to it, who then afterwards was a legislator and never voted for Sunday hunting after it because he told me it was the worst day of his life. And the one thing I still take from that is into the hearing room wheels this person in a wheelchair, and he's got a jacket that says lifetime member of the NRA, lifetime member of the Sportsmen's Alliance of Maine, in a wheelchair, and he wants to speak, and he wheels up to the platform, stands up out of his wheelchair, and I said, oh boy, this is going to be hard to refute. He absolutely lit into this idea of hunt, and he was so opposed to Sunday hunting, and it was like, wow, this is like as good as it gets. And I still have the picture somewhere. It was so busy in the room, I was sitting on a trash can because I had no seat in the room. But that was the most raucous hearing I have ever been to, and it was actually kind of fun because you could see. And what it taught me was the power of landowners when they show up. And I will say what has made a difference is we don't always send out a notice to you to say we need help with the legislation, but when we send it out, that means we really need some help. And I can tell you when we've done that and you respond, I can walk in the State House and I will immediately be stopped by legislators and say, why am I hearing from your members? What is this all about? And that's really been really important. So when you're asked in the future to respond, that means this is really important and please respond, because that makes a world of difference and any legislator that's in here knows that makes a world of difference of hearing from regular people.
You've met
Tell one funny story.
Okay, well, that's coming up. But
Okay.
But, I mean, we can do that now if you want. Okay. You met a lot of landowners, no doubt. Hundreds, I'm sure of it. And several of them have donated land to the Maine woodland owners. So what have you learned from that? What's the experience that you had with them?
The one thing that's been really important is these people, when you meet with people that donate their land or think about donating their land, it's something so personal to them, and what they have, many of them have spent their whole life working on their property and caring for it, and it's interesting. Some of them don't trust their heirs, some of them don't have heirs, or there's a whole variety of reasons, but they're looking for someone they can trust in this, who will manage and understand what they care about, and going forward and caring for their land, because it's such a personal thing. I think if you're not a landowner, sometimes you don't understand how personal owning a piece of land is. But that's something really important for folks to think about, is how important that is. And so, I think we always ask a donor, what is it you really care about? And listen to that donor and make sure that we are managing those lands in the future about how they would like to see it managed. And I think that's the important message, is it's such a personal thing. And I've met some amazing folks. I mentioned the story about the person earlier that really had very little resources. And the most important thing was his land. He wanted it permanently protected and stewarded.
Here's a follow-up. What's the longest time it took to go from the point of the first conversation to the actual transfer of land to the organization?
I would say the longest from the first conversation to when the donation took place was over 10 years. And the one thing we've learned is you never try to talk people into it. They have to, never. I mean, this has to be their decision. And so just keep in touch. And I think that particular landowner probably had contact with that landowner every 2 years, maybe. And one interesting thing is one of the properties we just acquired, the piece in Chesterville, we had conversations over the last 6 or 7 years. We got a phone call and wanted to meet on the property. This is a month ago, and said, okay, I'm ready. I want to close before the end of the year. And that was like, we had been talking for 6 or 7 years, but they made up their mind, and can you do this in 30 days? And we did, but that's not the norm. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Tell us a funny story. Go ahead.
So one of my funniest stories is every new legislature, when they have new legislators, they do a statewide tour. They take these new legislators on a statewide tour and show them a bunch of businesses and those kind of things. And it's a bus tour. And they go around the state and show them different businesses and things like that. And they have meetings, meet with folks, and just get a kind of the lay of the land. And this one I was in Millinocket. And so there was an evening meeting. And so I was there, and a bunch of the other organizations that I normally work with were there, and there was an evening meeting. So we're in Millinocket, and we said, well, we all had to stay overnight. So we said, well, the next day we ought to all get together. We had some mutual stuff coming up in the legislature, and we'll all get together. We'll go on a quick snowmobile ride. Then we'll all meet and talk about issues that are coming up. And so we had the head of the Snowmobile Association, Bob Myers. I'm glad he's not in the room, and I'm sure he isn't. But so he said, let's get on snowmobiles, rent snowmobiles, and we'll go up the east side of Baxter Park, not in the park, but along the trail network, and then we'll come down through the park. There's one snowmobile trail you can ride through the park. Great. He says, we'll leave around 8 o'clock in the morning. We'll be back by 3. So off we go. We rent these sleds. We take off. We go up the east side. We're going up the east side. We didn't bring any food with us because we said, oh, this will be short. We come to a road partway through the trip, and crossing a road, there's a gas station there. And I said, I think we should gas up. Oh, no. We don't need to gas up. We don't need to gas up. We won't even be close to to running out of gas. So the guy where we got the sleds, he said to us, if you go 80 miles, you ought to be looking for a gas station. You get to 90 miles, you really need gas. And if you get to 100 miles, you're going to be out of gas. So we're driving along. All of a sudden, we go over this bridge for the 3rd time. And I stopped Bob, and I said, Bob, do you have any idea where we are? He says, yeah, I think so. Well, I said, well, why have we crossed this bridge 3 times? So, no, we were lost. I mean, completely lost. And so short version is We started back. We never got to the park. We never even got close to the park, as far as I could tell. But we started back, and then we realized there's no way we can get back to Millinocket with the gas we have. So now we have to go to Medway. Now, if you know the difference between Millinocket and Medway, it's a long ride. So we have to get to Medway to get gas because we can't get Millinocket. Well, then sleds start running out of gas. We go get. So the short version is, now it's dark. It's 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock at night. We finally get back on the trail, and the groomer's coming down the road on the trail and stops us and said, "Is Bob Myers with you guys?" And he said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, there's been an alert out for you guys since 2 in the afternoon here." He says, everybody's out there looking for you guys who are lost out here. You're supposed to be back at 3. We drove back into Millinocket somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock at night, and I never let the snowmobile folks forget that. Here I am, supposedly the guide is the snowmobile head, and he can't even find Baxter Park. So
it is good he's not here. I do have one more question, and just real quickly, what are you going to miss? You're finishing up at the end of this month. You're going to go off and do your next thing. What are you going to miss?
I think the thing I'm going to miss is the challenge. There's a challenge every day. I mean, I love this job. It's a great job, and I'll tell anybody that. And the people I meet is amazing. The people, I know many of you in this room, and I've known you for many years. But the challenge and of figuring out how to best represent you and the values that you all have, and making sure that that I'm doing those things in a way that represents your interests and things. And so thinking all the time about, okay, how does this relate to woodland owners, and is this a good thing to do? So I'm gonna really miss the challenge, and then just some of the funny characters that I've run into over the years. I will say I've had some funny interactions with but some of the nicest people I've ever met in my life have been who have been members. So thank you for that.
Thank you for doing this. I know this is a really good way to hear from you. Good job. All right. Okay, I think we can, I don't know if we need to turn the lights off. We have a video that we want to move into.
He's a forester, I'm a forester. So we can go into the woods, and we can walk the walk, and we can talk the talk.
There's a man who lives on Willow Street, got a smile for everyone he meets. Folks looking for answers or a piece of advice, he's always got a heart to treat them right.
But by far the most common one is this one. It's
always a friend to all a helping hand, the kindest soul in all the land. Never ask for anything in return,
kind of sharp points.
Just another lesson we all can learn.
Tom has always been willing to step in, do the difficult work, serve on committees, show up at meetings, testify at the legislature. He's always there for you.
I think it's fair to say because of Tom. People got to know Tom, either as members or saw him at public events or they heard him speak, and they would approach Tom, the organization, to gift their land. And often there are people who have not been active in the organization. They kind of appear out of nowhere. But somewhere along the way, they had got, again, through Tom, that this would be a safe place for their land. It would be a place where into the future it would be managed the way they wanted it managed. And the trust in the organization, I think, really sprung from the trust in Tom.
Our particular goal when we were managing it was very simple.
keep it out of development, and grow big trees. And that's, I think, is what Maine Woodland will continue to do. So Tom, thank you very much. We enjoyed the ride.
And this organization was founded on the idea that these landowners recognize the value of long-term management, responsible management. It benefits the landowner, the user public who might use their land, the Maine economy.
I am so thrilled for you and your plans coming up. I know everybody at Maine Woodlands Owners was going to miss you so much. You've been so generous with your time, with your knowledge. I have really appreciated all of your guidance. I'm going to miss you. So good luck and thank you.
Hi, Tom. It has been wonderful here these past few months working with you. This has become a great organization, not only as a resource for landowners, but also to work for and to be a part of. I know much of that can be attributed to the hard work that you have put in over these years, and for that, I thank you. Congratulations on your retirement. You have earned it.
Hello, Tom. I just wanted to say that there's people who come through your life and they pass through quietly, and then there are people who may not be very vocal, but they definitely leave a lasting impact. And I think that that is a wonderful thing when hundreds of people throughout the state can speak about you in the most wonderful terms. And I would just like to say thank you for your effort, your service to not only Maine Woodland owners, but to this entire state. It is amazing to have a leader who can do and be so many things.
Hi. Well, you know that I don't do these things, Tom, so it will be short. Thank you for your time and patience in all aspects.
Tom, it's been a great experience working with you. I'm grateful for the opportunity. You were the one that decided that I was a good fit for this organization, and I believed you, and it came true. I've loved being the newsletter editor with you. You've been a creative partner. You have been an incredible source of understanding and knowledge and advocacy for Maine's forests, and it's been a real pleasure being part of that team and the team that you've created. And while I'm definitely sad to see you go, I'm also very excited for you for your next act, and I believe I'll still be seeing you in other ways. I don't think you're going to just walk away from your work with Maine Woodland owners, and I will be using the things I've learned from you probably for the rest of my career. So thank you very much, and good luck.
Well, thank you to everyone who helped put together that very moving tribute to Tom. It's wonderful. The first thing I'm going to do is read a proclamation that came to us from the State House from legislators Doherty and Hickman have put forward this in recognition of Tom's long service and time spent haranguing legislators. Be it known to all that we, the members of the Senate and House of Representatives, join in recognizing Tom Doak of Reedfield on his retirement from Maine Woodland Owners after 22 years of service. Mr. Doak served as the lead advocate for small woodland owners at the Maine State House, where he consistently defended the Maine tree growth tax law. The organization's land trust program grew to conserve more than 11,000 acres across more than 50 communities under his leadership, including the largest land donation in the group's history. Mr. Doak was appointed by Governor Janet Mills to the Maine Forest Carbon Task Force. He was instrumental in educating landowners on carbon sequestration markets and how small forests can contribute to the state's climate goals through programs like Maine Won't Wait. He also successfully managed the organization's commitment to keeping its conserved lands open to the public for activities like hiking and hunting, while maintaining traditional uses like sustainable timber harvesting. We extend our congratulations and best wishes. And be it ordered that this official expression of legislative sentiment be sent forthwith on behalf of the legislature and the people of the state of Maine. So, Tom, it's my privilege to be the one on behalf of the staff, the board, and the members to thank you for 22 years of service. And we're also going to present you with a special gift. You were a great salesman 7 years ago when you were recruiting me to come on the board of Maine Woodland Owners. And you may remember my first question to you: when are you going to retire? No board member wants to be involved or relishes being involved in the transition from an iconic long-term executive director. But you said, it'll be all right. I've got no plans to retire, maybe 2 or 3 years out. Well, you kept saying 2 to 3 years for a long time. But you said, don't worry, things will be okay. It'll work out. And then last year you said, well, I guess it's time. And again, you told me and the board, don't worry, it'll be okay. And you were right. You made it easy. You usually are right. And we've had so much confidence in you. We're so fortunate to have had you as our dedicated, hardworking, selfless leader for 22 years. You presided over our growth and development with a personal touch that's won over members, board, staff to join you in your quest to make Maine Woodland Owners the indispensable resource for owners of Maine woodlands. That success, our success, has made a tangible difference in how the state of Maine has evolved over the years of your tenure. You've battled every year in the legislature to maintain the tree growth tax law that's vital to the forest products industry and the maintenance of family woodlots. You stood up for the rights of owners to have Sundays to themselves during hunting season, which has in turn preserved our tradition of public access to private lands for hunting. Without your steady, respected leadership on these and many other issues, things might not have gone so well. You have much to be proud of, and I know I speak for all of us in thanking you most sincerely for a job well done. Thank you. Okay, so Jen is pulling something out from underneath the table, Tom, and so we do have a gift for you, and we fully expect that you will be very active in your retirement. So we've chosen a gift that we hope will help keep both you and your woodlot in shape.
So this is an axe that it's a Maine axe, and it's one that there's a few axes that we had acquired and to fix up and make them usable again. Maine was such a big iconic axe maker for many years, and this was one that we acquired, and I kept my eye on it, and I said, geez, I'd like to own that at some point. And so we have a couple, we had several others, and they kept, one of them disappeared, and I said, where's that axe anyway? You know, where's that one? And oh, I don't know, it's here somewhere and all that stuff. So this one was all repaired and fixed up, and it's Marsh, right? Yeah. The maker is Marsh, which is one of the famous axe makers. So this is a very lovely gift, and thank you very much. All right, this is the hard part. I've given a lot of talks over the years, and this won't be that long, don't worry. I've given a lot of talks over the year, but never a retirement speech, so I had to put this together, and it's harder than I thought it would be. So I've learned that retirement speeches should be 3 to 5 minutes, which is really good because that's about the time you get at a hearing in the legislature. So I'm kind of tuned into the idea that you're trying to say important things in 3 to 5 minutes. But this is a little different. And I don't usually read from a text. If you see me testify, I rarely read my testimony. I may hand my testimony in, but I have a few notes, and I kind of just speak instead of reading. However, I heard a rumor in the staff that there's a betting pool going on whether I could actually get through this talk or not without getting choked up. So I thought I'd better put this paper in front of me and actually kind of read from it. And I want to apologize to the staff in advance if I messed up the office pool on this issue. When I took this job 22 years ago, I never dreamed I would stay in it this long. And I could not have imagined how deeply this work has shaped my life. What really made this job special was why it was so easy to stay was the people that I met along the way. I want to first thank the many board members, past and present, who gave me their time, their wisdom, and trust. Your leadership kept us focused, grounded, and moving forward, and I'm grateful to have done this work as long as I have, and I'm grateful to the board for letting me do it. To the staff and, the video, I had no idea that's video. I had not seen this video, so each of the staff members contributed to that. I want to thank each and every one of you for your dedication, creativity, and persistence, and at times patience. I've had the good and fortune to work with a lot of really good employees, but I have to tell you that I think the skill set of the current staff of this organization are the best I've seen in the time that I've been executive director. I do want to single out one employee for a special thank you, and I know she won't like this at all, but that's okay. You only have to put up with me for a couple more weeks, Debbie. Debbie Ladd, who has been the office manager this whole time that I've been in the job, and she's actually the glue that holds this organization together. So thank you, Debbie, for putting up with me for all these years. She's in the back of the room. I'll probably find a tack in my seat when I get back to the office. Most of all, I want to thank the members and Maine woodland owners in general. You know that owning woodland is more than acres on a map. They're the livelihoods, legacies, habitats, classrooms, and places of peace. Over the years, I've had the privilege of working alongside people who understand that stewardship isn't just about today, it's about tomorrow and the generations after that. That commitment has been the foundation of everything this organization stands for. I've had conversations with members in meeting rooms, in kitchens, on the phone, leaning against pickup trucks, and standing in the middle of a woodlot with someone who knows every single tree on their woodlot. Throughout my time here, you, the members, have been the reason this work mattered. You took the time to call, to write, to attend meetings, testify at hearings, and speak up when decisions were made that affected your land. And you cared enough to get involved, to ask questions, and let me know what you thought. Mostly politely, sometimes very directly. Over the past 2 decades, we've faced no shortage of challenges. Markets have shifted. You heard the conversation today. Policies have changed and the pressures on wood landowners has only grown more complex. Yet through this all, this organization has remained steady in its mission to give a voice to wood landowners, to advocate for a fair policy, and to promote stewardship that keeps Maine forests healthy and productive for generations to come. As I step away from this role, I do so with confidence in the future of this organization. This organization, Maine Wood Landowners, is resilient, principled, and needed now more than ever. The challenges ahead are real, but so is the commitment of the people who will meet them. In a few moments, you'll hear from my successor, Amanda Egan. I can assure you this organization is in good hands. I also want to say that I appreciate the trust that you placed in me and the trust that trust is something I never took lightly. It's been my honor to work on your behalf for the past 22 years. I hope you always felt that this organization was speaking with your voice, not just on your behalf. On a personal note, serving as the executive director has been the great privilege of my life. Thank you for your support, your kindness, and your shared commitment to Maine wood landowners. So I leave with deep gratitude, lasting friendships, and enduring belief in this organization. So they say you don't really own land in Maine. You just look after it for a while. I feel the same way about this job. I've looked after this organization for 22 years, and now it's time to pass that compass to the next person. So thank you for the privilege of serving you.
Thank you, Tom. It's now my great pleasure to welcome Amanda Egan, our new executive director. We found in Amanda a worthy successor to Tom, who will, I'm sure, over time, put her own stamp on the organization as Tom has done. Amanda's selection was thanks to the thorough work of our search committee, composed of Tom Allen, John Melrose, Jennifer Dan, Kyle Burdick, and Jim Clare. Congratulations and thank you to that search committee for a job well done. Let me just tell you a little bit about Amanda before she gets up and speaks to us. She grew up in New Hampshire with extended family scattered throughout Maine. Her family has long ties to woodlands in Surrey. After her career took her afield, she settled in Maine a couple of years ago with her husband and 2 young daughters. Amanda's forestry work has focused on helping state and private landowners to manage their natural areas sustainably, to share knowledge and make it easier to keep forests as forests, with the goal of healthy, fully functioning ecosystems that make our lives better. She has extensive experience working with private landowners and state forestry agencies. For the past 11 plus years, she worked for the U.S. Forest Service, state and private forestry division, most recently as the Eastern Region lead for urban and community forestry. There, she oversaw efforts in 20 states, including Maine. She has also worked for or advised several nonprofits. She holds an MS in Natural Resources from the University of Vermont, where she focused on community-based forestry and carbon markets, with research conducted in Ukraine. She earned undergraduate degrees in international relations and Russian studies from Colgate University. Amanda has been on board with us for the last 2 months, becoming familiar with her new role. Again, I'd like to thank Tom who organized a thorough transition process for Amanda. And she has not flinched under the torrent of information. Please welcome Amanda Egan.
Hello. Thank you, Seth. Thank you, everybody. It's so great to see you after these 2 months. Like Tom, I am going to read a little bit to make sure I stay on track because I know there's lunch. I can smell it. If you hear my stomach grumbling, apologies. Leadership transitions are significant moments in any organization. After 22 years of Tom's leadership and steadfast dedication, today feels even more momentous. We are not just marking a change in personnel, we are honoring the close of an era. For over 2 decades, Tom's leadership has been a constant. He has been more than just an executive director. He has been an architect and a builder, a mentor, and a friend to many of you. As I step into this role, I do so with deep respect for that history. My goal is to ensure that the next 20 years are built with the same spirit of enduring commitment. People often ask what draws me to this work. Why Maine woodland owners? For me, it's simple, the forest. The importance and beauty of Maine's forests are baked into me. I grew up vacationing in Maine's coastal forests. My grandfather owned about 250 acres and sold it when my mother was a teenager. We are fortunate in that the current owners are gracious enough to allow us to return each summer to stay on the property and enjoy it. The land was central to our family's identity and to our family's dramas. Most of the stories from that side of my family are connected to the land, like the time my uncle spent the night alone with his dog in the woods at the age of 4. That story made it to the newspapers in Boston. The property cultivated my love for nature and is the reason why I became interested in forestry. As Seth mentioned, my forestry career has focused on providing private landowners with the resources they need to manage their land sustainably and to keep forests as forests across the urban to rural gradient. I am here because I believe in the great potential of this organization to conserve Maine's working forests. I've now been with Maine woodland owners for 2 months, and I have seen the mission come to life through our amazing staff and volunteers. From online and in-person educational programs, to policy and legislative engagement, to one-on-one phone calls with landowners to give advice and to help solve problems. I think it is the interactions with those donors to our land trust, past and present, that have been the most emblematic of what this organization does. It eases the burden of woodland ownership, and it does so with heart. I've seen tears, gratitude, relief, and no, I'm not talking about Tom, but in the eyes of our donating landowners. For while owning woodland is a great privilege, it is also a great responsibility, and it comes with layers of complexities. We don't take that lightly, and we know you don't either. Woodland owners are up against a lot. You have the ecological complexities, insects and disease, a changing climate, wildlife considerations, invasive species, the social complexities, public access, boundary disputes, development pressures, legacy planning. You add in taxes, economic shifts, regulations, a sometimes volatile forest products market, and it makes you wonder who would volunteer for this? It is not easy. And that is where we come in. with training, advocacy, legacy planning options, and a network of other woodland owners who know what you are going through. As we look towards the future, the impending ownership transitions, the increasing development, I believe we can work together to safeguard the forests that have been such a strong part of Maine's history, economy, and character. We are a small organization, but we have big goals and a broad reach. We've talked today about the past 20 years. Under Tom's leadership, we've grown significantly, organizationally, financially, and in our legislative clout. Our generous members and donors demonstrated their trust and confidence in the organization through unprecedented levels of support for our 50th anniversary and land fund campaigns. But we are not done. We are not resting on our laurels. We aim to increase our impact even further. Keeping Maine's forests intact and healthy is not getting any easier. But with roughly 30% of Maine's forests owned by individuals and families, we can make a difference in ensuring Maine's forest heritage carries on. Your efforts are critical to this, and our organization is committed to standing beside you every step of the way. So what comes next? I know there can be anxiety in change. My priority is not to start over or to change our organizational DNA, but to scale the excellence we already have. As I continue to learn and work with the staff and board to chart out our strategy for the next few years, I will be meeting with local chapters. I encourage you to connect with your chapter to talk about the issues that are front and center in your region and what would help address them. There will be some time during lunch today for chapters to connect. And please, please reach out to me directly. I would love to know what brought you to Maine Woodland Owners, what keeps you here, and what are your challenges as a woodland owner. If you are in the room today, either physically or virtually, and you are not a member, join us. There is strength in numbers. The more members we have, the more we can do to support and conserve Maine's working woods. Thank you.
Amanda's willing to take some questions.
Go easy on me.
Thank you, Amanda. I'd like to know, in the future, what are you going to do about aging population of landowners? We need younger landowners, okay? Even me, I tried getting certain people that came to me to join Woodlands owners, and they took the free gift that I gave them, but they never wanted to join. They weren't interested. How are you going to bring these people around? Because we have aging people here, and who's going to be part of this great organization? And I thank Tom a lot, because he's inspired me over the years. I think I've joined 80s, I think it was around in the 80s. Ooh, okay? Tom, I'm Kyle Lamar. Okay, you always write me good things, and I thank you, and I appreciate you, and I love you as a decent human being. Thank you.
That is an excellent question, and it is definitely forefront for the board of directors. This came up during the interview process. I've had this same question come up in many conversations, and it's going to take some time to puzzle it out. I think we need a multi-pronged approach because people think differently. Younger generations are not joining up into organizations as much as previous generations. So it's a problem across the board. And then you add into that what we heard today about the shifting demographics in rural lands. It is difficult. I think what is really important is to keep having events, make them fun, get the right people there, and just persistence is key. You know, after a while, in order to share a message, it usually takes 3 to 5, sometimes 7 times of saying the same thing to get it across. And I think that's what we're going to see in getting new members in the door, especially if they are not owning lands already. It can be hard. And so that's the other piece to it is to understand what are the barriers to younger generations owning land and how can we potentially assist or maybe facilitate some of those transitions. Thank you.
Hello, I'm a member of the Sebago Planning Board and have been for years. And over the last, say, 15 years, we developed a comprehensive plan that was designed to respect the rural character of the town. We're a moderate-sized town on the far side of Sebago Lake that's grown slowly over the last quarter century and of course, facing increasing development pressure. What I wanted to bring people's attention to is that the state recently has passed some fairly, we'll call them interesting, land use laws or development laws. That the original plan was to try to protect the rural character of the town, and the state has passed laws that will allow for triplexes anywhere in the rural part of our town and anywhere in, I assume, in other rural towns. And I'd like to draw your attention to that as something that I believe is against the interests of the organization and rural landowners, and see if you can work with the state to reform some of this more. It doesn't seem, the original plan was based on a notion of protecting the rural nature of the towns, and what's come up lately is just 3 acres on anything, boom, and it seems rather thoughtless. And also as we go through these comprehensive plan issues, it also tends to bring out the persons given to communalistic understanding, and I'm concerned that we always have to worry about protecting fundamental understanding of property rights in the face of a more progressive attitude persons. Thank you for your time, and you can comment if you'd like.
Thank you for sharing that information and perspective. These are the kinds of issues that I encourage all of you to bring to my attention so that I can have this really robust experience with me as I go to represent you and to follow what's happening at the State House and elsewhere in policy.
Hi, Amanda, and welcome.
Hi.
So I know you've been over the State House. I heard.
have.
My phone started ringing as soon as you showed up. What happened? How did it go?
I think it went well. There is LD 1761. It is a bill related to indemnification clauses in contracts that has blown up a little bit. There was a lot of attention that day at the hearing. In short, the intent is to even out power imbalances in contracting so that no party, and I think the intent was really small businesses, find themselves forced into taking on risk for somebody else's gross negligence. And so on the face of it, it could seem really great. It was written very broadly, and then it was amended to be very broadly. So there are pros and cons. It kind of depends on where you sit, but the way the language is written, it's really difficult to understand what all of the consequences would be of the legislation. there's also a big turnout from logging industry in support of that bill. So forest products industry has become part of it. So we entered testimony neither for nor against. It was a very long hearing, lots of turnout, and we'll see where it goes.
Hi, I was less interested in the details of the bill than how you thought you were received.
Oh.
What was?
Oh gosh. You'll have to ask your friend. What did she tell you?
I've already heard. They were very impressed. So, but what was were people listening to you? Or?
I think so. You know, I was actually very impressed that at the end of a long hearing, the legislators were still paying attention, focused, asking questions. I was impressed with that, and I kept to my 3 minutes, so I think that was appreciated.
Well, Amanda's got 20 years, so you have plenty of time to ask her more questions. Anything else? Thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so we are at that time. We have, as you can smell, we have lunch for purchase here. And we also are encouraging our chapter leaders to find their sign on the wall, whichever chapter, and encourage those who are here to find your chapter and your chapter leader. You guys, this will be a great chance to connect, learn about what's coming up for the chapter, or here you can offer ideas for chapter events. So look around the wall. Most of our chapters are based by county, so whatever county you live in or your woods are in, you can connect with other chapter members and start thinking regionally. Also, don't forget, we have our auction coming up after lunch. We'll start close to 12:45 or around that time with Jimmy Robbins to do our live auction. If you didn't notice, the Leopold bench did arrive, so you get a chance to see what that looks like. And then, of course, the online auction continues, so go ahead and bid on that. And we'll be back here at 12:45, 12:50, ready to go with our next sessions. Thank you. Really good. We'll get this off. want to let everybody know we have about 5 minutes and we're going to reconvene and start our live auction. So 5 minutes, please.
years ago, you know, when I was young, every county had yeah. Yeah. You ready?
Yeah, I'm going to start getting people in. Okay, we're going to start the auction, live auction. If you want to, you better be in the room if you're going to bid because it's going to go quick. The floating mic. We're going to go in the order, Jim, I think. Yep. And there's a slide for every item. Okay. Okay, if you'll take your seats, we're going to do the auction. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to look over your shoulder and see if there's any bids coming in on chat.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, it's my pleasure actually to introduce our guest auctioneer. Many of you know Jimmy Robbins. I've known him a very, very long time. Jimmy, most of you know, is the former president of Robbins Lumber. And I've seen him auction a lot of things over the years, and he's really good at getting your money. So we're pleased to have Jimmy do this again. He did it, last year? At least one more year. 1 or 2 years? Last year? He did such a good job, and we did so well that we asked him to come back, and we told him we'd double his payment this year. He paid him nothing last year, and 2 times 0 is nothing, right? So, Jimmy. But thank you, Jimmy, for doing this, and thank you for being a nice supporter of this organization.
You're welcome, Tom, and thank you. Actually, getting paid nothing for doing this is just like being in the sawmill business. So, and before I get going, I would like to just mention something about Tom Doak. I've been fortunate enough to be on the executive committee of the Maine Forest Products Council for many years, and the two organizations, with Pat Strouk heading up Maine Forest Products Council and Tom heading up your organization, they were a great team. The two organizations have worked very, very well together, and we look forward to working with your new executive director, Amanda. And Tom, thanks a lot for making that go so smoothly between the two organizations. We didn't always agree on everything, but when we did, it was still everybody was fine with it, and there's no problem. So now we got to get started on this auction. And the first thing I'd like to have everybody do is please raise your arm in the air. Okay, everybody, please raise your arm. Okay, I just want to make sure we got them working. Okay, thank you. So now you know how to do that. You don't want to be bashful about putting that up, because you know this is a great organization, and money should be no object. When we're bidding on these things, you know, we're going to help out with the Maine Woodlands organization, so money is no object. Okay. All right. So here we go. The first thing,
hey, Jimmy, I'm going to say one thing. The winner will keep their arm up, and then we're going to have someone with a clipboard for them to fill out the information so we know who won, the amount, all that. And then you can pay to Debbie in the back at any time. She's going to be there the rest of the day. So that's how that's going to work. Okay, thank you.
And if they don't get there quick enough, you're allowed to switch arms, okay? All right, so the first thing we're going to bid off is Maine Cabin Masters gift basket. And this is it right here. It's got a water bottle in it. It's got a towel, some things to put your coffee cups on, and some jam, and all kinds of really good stuff. Bag of coffee and lots of great stuff. And I'll tell you, if you really want a good time, you want to go spend an afternoon with those guys at Cabin Masters. Our company's had an opportunity to interact with them a lot, and you spend an hour in a bar drinking a beer with them, you walk away smiling, I'll guarantee you. So anyway, with that in mind, let's get this started. It's the approximate value is $150. Starting bid is $60. Who'll give me $60? Was that I saw a hand over there. Was that a bid? Okay, you got $60 up back. Who'll give me 70? 60 going for 70? 60 going for 70. How about 60 going for 65? 65 anywhere. 60 going once. 60 going twice. You got it. Okay, how much? 70. Got 70 going for 80. 70 going, got 80. 80 going for 90. 80 going for 90.
Any bids?
80, got 90. 90 going for 100. 90 going for 100. 100 anywhere. Got $90. Who give me 100? 90 going once. 90. Got 100, okay, 100? Who'll give me 110? 100 going for 110. 100 going for 110. 100 going once. 100 going twice. Sold up back for $100. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item is this really nice wooden sculpture, and this was done by Josh Landry, and he's the guy you probably read in the paper or saw on TV that he did a lot of carving on a tree up to Tabitha King's place up in Bangor. So if you want to be right in the same class as Stephen and Tabitha King, all you need to do is buy this, okay? So this is a really cute sculpture of a bear, and it's valued at $150. We're going to start off at $60. Who'll give me $60 for the sculpture? I've got 60 right here. Who'll give me 70? 70 anywhere? 60 going for 70. Got 70 going for 80. Got 80 going for 90. 90 anywhere? Got 90 going for 100. 90 going for 100. Got 100 up back. 100, 110. Who'll give me 110? 110? Got 110 here? Okay, got 110. Who'll give me 120? 110 going for 120. 110 going for 120. Got it. 120 going for 130. 130 anywhere? 130 going for 140. 140. Go 140. He won't go any higher. Go 140. There you go. 140. 150. I lied to you. Sorry about it. We got 150 going for 160. 150 going for 160. It really is worth it. This is a really nice piece. 150 going for 160. 150 down here going for 160. Got 160 up back going for 170. Got 170 going for 180. 180 anywhere? Got 170 going for 180. 170 going once. 170 going twice. Sold right down here again for 170. Thank you very much. Really nice piece. Okay, the next thing we have here is this axe. I hope that isn't the axe they gave you, Tom. Yeah. So this is a restored Talbot, Brooks, and Air axe. And, last year at Union Fair, they had a frying pan throwing contest for the women, and Mrs. Jones won with a throw of 99 yards, and her husband won the 100-yard dash. And so this year, maybe if they have an axe throwing contest, maybe we can get Mr. Jones 100 yards, or maybe even 200 yards with an axe after him. But anyway, we probably aren't going to do that, but this is a beautiful, beautiful axe made right here in Maine. The starting price is $100. The value is $300. So who'll give me $100 for this beautiful axe? Got 100, who'll give me 125? 125 going for 150. Is that a 150? 125 going for 150. Got to be careful. You'll have to scratch your ear. 120, got 150 up here will give me 175. 150 going 175. 175 going for 200. 200 up back, going for 225. 225 going for 250. 250 anywhere? 225 going to 250, going for 275. 250 going for 275. 275 going for 3. Got 300 going for 325. 300 going for 325. 325 going for 350. 350 anywhere? 325. 325 going once. 350 anybody? 325 going twice. Sold right over here, 325. Thank you very much. That's a beautiful axe.
Someone asked if we take credit card. We do. We do. So if that helps anybody decide on how they want to bid, we take credit card.
Yeah, Tom says it'll also take an IOU. You obviously didn't deal with many of us sawmill people, did you? You wouldn't do that if you hadn't. So, okay, the next thing we got is right here, this really nice Leopold bench. It's made of native cedar, harvested from the Amherst woodlot, a Maine woodland owners member, Bruce Bender. It's a milled locally and built by Bruce. It's made of 5/4-inch white cedar, and it is planed on one side and it can be painted or stained, although cedar is naturally rot resistant. So this is a really nice, all you woodland owners, a lot of you, I'm sure, have paths to go hiking on. Just imagine putting this way out on your woodlot in a nice quiet place, and you can sit down and reminisce about the good times and listen to the birds and watch the animals. And Opportunity to get away from your spouse, too, if they're giving you a hard time. So anyway, this is a lot of opportunities to use this beautiful bench here. So this is valued at $75. I'm sorry, valued at $200. We started off at $75. $75 anyway. 75? $75 for this. Got 75. 75 going for 100. 75 going for 100. 100 anywhere. Beautiful bench. You got 100 here somewhere? Okay. We got 100 going for 125. 100 going for 125. 125 going for 150. 150 anywhere? Got 125 going for 150. 125 going once. Got 150. 150 going for 175. 175 anybody? Beautiful bench. It's really worth it. Going for 175. Anywhere? 150 going once. 150 going twice. Sold to the nice lady up back for 150. Thank you very much. So the next item is a couple of birdhouses built by Terry Walters. Terry lives down in the Sanford area, been a state forester and a private forester, and worked for several sawmills. Great guy. And Terry has built these himself. We got two of these. The values at $75. I believe that's for both, right? And the starting bid's $25. Who'll give me $25? 25 going for 35. 35 anywhere? 25 going for 35. Got 35 going for 45. 45. Got 45 going for 55. 55 going for 65. 65 anywhere? 55 going for 65. 65. Who'll give me 75? 65 going for 75. Now going for 85. 85 bucks anywhere? $85 for these two really well-built birdhouses. Do I have $85? Got 85. Now going for 95. 85. You got 95 going for 105. 105. Got 95 going for 105. 95 going for 105. 105 anywhere? 105. 95 going once. 95 going twice. Sold. $95. Thank you very much. That's a really nice gift. Okay, the next item up is a tour of Robbins Lumber Company, which I'm fairly familiar with. There is one mistake in the write-up. It says it's for 1.2 megawatt cogeneration plant. It's now an 8.5 megawatt cogenerating plant, and so we burn about 13 trailloads of biomass a day. That's included in the tour. And when you come on the tour, if you behave yourselves, I might even give you a tour of the paint plant too. So anyway, it's about a 2-hour tour. And so it's up for $100. Starting bid, 100, got 100 over here, going 125. 125 anywhere, got 100 going 125. 100 over here, 125 anywhere. 125 going for 150. 150 going for 175. Got 175 anywhere, I got 150 in a couple places. One of you guys must be willing to go 175. 175, okay, going for 200. 175, got 200 up back. Two going for 225. 225 going for 250. 250 anywhere? 220. Was that a bid? Guess not. Okay, 225 going for 250. 225 going for 250. 225 going once. 225 going twice. Sold right over here, 225. Thank you very much. Get a hold of me and we'll put that together, okay? Okay. The next thing is this really nice frame painting of Leonard Mills sawmill. Starting bid $75, it's valued at $250. This is a one-of-a-kind original oil painting by Sarah Taylor and captures the Leonard Mills sawmill in the autumn, framed with a dimension of 16 by 24. Isn't that something nice? That's a beautiful piece of art right there. All right, so who'll give me $75? 75, who'll give me 100? 75 going for 100. Got 100 going for 125. 125 going for 150. 125 got 150 going for 175. 175 anywhere? Got 150 going 175. 175 got 175 going for 200. 200 anywhere? Got 175 going for 2. 200, 200 anyway, got 175. 175 going once, 75 going twice. Sold right over there to Mike Nan for 175. Thank you very much, Mike. This is a really beautiful item made by Paul Sampson. It's a bird's eye maple plaque here. This is, well, it's not a plaque, it's a tray, but it's just as smooth as silk and it's absolutely beautiful. The retail value of this is $90. We're going to start with 40 bucks. Who give me 40 bucks? Got 40 up back, who give me 50? Got 50 going for 60, 60 going for 70, 70 going for 80, 70 going for 80, 80 going for 90, 90 going for 100, 100 anywhere, 90 going for 100, 100 going for 110, 110 going for 120, 110. We should have started higher than 40. You know, this is a popular. This is an absolutely beautiful piece of work here. So what are we at? 110? 110 up here, aren't we? Okay, 110 going for 120. 110 got 120 going for 130. 120 going for 130. 130 anywhere? 120 got 130 going for 140. 130 going for 140. 130 up here going for 140. 130 going once. 130 going twice. Sold that gentleman right in the back for 130. Thank you very much. You just got a really nice tray. Okay, here's the biggest deal on the agenda right here. This is a woodland tour with our own Tom Doak. And knowing what Tom has done for this organization and what he can do for you on a woodland tour on your land, this is worth a lot of money. We're going to start at 150, but keep in mind what Tom has done for all of us. So who'll give me 150? 150. 150 going for 200. 200 going for 250. 200 going for 250. 250 going for 3. Got 300 going for 350. 350 going for 4. Got 4 going for 450. 450 going for 5. Got 500 anywhere? 450 going for 5. 450 going once. 500. 5 going for 550. 550 going for 6. Got 550 going for 6. 550 down here. Got 600. 6 going for 650. 650 going for 7. 650 going for 7. 650 going once. 650 got 700. 7 going for 750. 750 going for 8. 750 going for 8. 800 anybody? Got 750 down here going for 8. Got 800. 800 going for 850. 850 going for 9. 850 going for 9. 850 going for 9. 850 once. Got 900. 9 going for 950. Got 950 going for 1,000. 950 going for 1,000. Good round figure. Thank you very much. 1,000 going for 1050. 1050 going for 11. 1,100 anybody? 1,100. Got 1050 down here. Going for 11. 1050 going for 11. Got 1,100. 1,150. Who's going for 1,150? Got 1,150 going for 12. 1,150 going for 12. Anybody want to give me 1,200? Got 1,150 going for 12. 1,150 going once. Got 1,200 going for 1,250. 1,250 going for 13. 1,250 going for 1,300. 1,250 going once. 1,250 going twice. Sold. 1,250. Thank you very much. And that's just great. Appreciate the support. Okay, tell them I guess that goes to show you how much you appreciate it. Okay, the last item we're going to sell today is a Liberty Graphics t-shirt with some lobsters on it and 2 $50 gift certificates right here, okay? So the retail value is $125. We start at 60 bucks. I mean, that's a pretty good deal. You got 2 $50 credit cards for 60 bucks to start. So who'll give me 60 bucks? $60. Got 60 right here. 60 going for 70. 70 going for 80. 70 going for 80. 70 going for 80. Two $50 gift certificates. Got 80 going for 90. 90 going for 100. 90 going for 100. The two gift certificates are worth 100. Got 100 going for 110. 100 going for 110. 100 going for 110. 100 going once. Got 110 up back. 110 going for 120. 110 going for 120. 120 anywhere. 110 going for 120. 110 going once. 110 going twice. Sold to Scott Pease up back for 110. Thank you very much, Scott. And that completes the auction. Thank you very much for your support, folks.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you so much for this. Jen, I think.
If folks want to come and get their items, this is a good time to do that now, or otherwise I'll be taking them over back to the back table. So. Yeah, come on up and get your item that you won. Just real quick, I never saw the pesticide board member who was supposed to verify anybody's pesticide credits. So we do have a sheet in the lobby that is for you to sign, and it says pesticide, and then we'll make sure that they know you were here. So that was something I want to make sure everybody knew. And then we'll continue to have coffee and water over there for the next hour or so. But we've got two great presentations coming up, so stick around. And we'll have Amanda Egan introduce our next presenter.
Hello, after lunch crowd. That was exciting. I didn't know Tom was going to go for so much. We might have to have him back next year. All right, our next presentation, Observing and Monitoring Wildlife in Your Woods. I am so pleased to present Autumn Randall. She is our very own, not quite very new, but she is our wildlife biologist. She was raised in New Hampshire, received her undergraduate degree in fisheries and wildlife management at Unity College in Unity, Maine, and a master's degree at the University of Kentucky, focusing her research on northern bobwhite survival, a game bird species experiencing population decline. Before working with Maine woodland owners, Autumn worked as a lead field research technician monitoring game birds in coastal North Carolina. Please welcome Autumn.
All right, hello. I appreciate you guys all sticking around after lunch. I'm going to preface this with saying that I have a lot of information. The slides that you guys will see on the screen will have links to most of the things that I'm going to be talking about, and that will be posted on our website underneath the Wildlife Corner, which is a new segment we've added this past month. But without further ado, I think once the slides are up, I will start. All right, perfect. We're on a roll. So I think that this is a very important topic for you guys to just know about. You should know about the resources that you can buy via technology, or even just things that are simple that you might be able to conduct on your own woodlot to give you a better picture of what you have for wildlife, and therefore be able to make management decisions accordingly. Next slide. So there's two main parts when you're monitoring your wildlife. First, you're going to want to know the habitat that your land has. Ask yourself the question, what do you have for resources available on your property? Wildlife are looking for several different things. The main things being cover. This is from predators, this is from sun and other weather variables. But we also are wanting to look for food resources, water resources, as well as where those resources are spaced out and arranged throughout your property. So, depending on the habitat you have, will determine the wildlife that you can potentially have or are already seeing on your property. And as your forest goes through its forest management plan, or you decide to not touch it at all, those species will shift right along with it. You also need to think about what species are going to be looking for throughout their own life cycle. So this could be, what do they need as babies, whether that's protein or just protection in general. Or it could be seasonally, such as breeding season or overwintering. You also might want to think about yearly factors, such as the drought that we just experienced, or those super, super wet years. Wildlife are going to be looking for different things at different times. One key thing to note is that the more diverse your woodlot is, the more complex it is, you're going to be able to cater to a wider range of wildlife. Next slide. So just some ideas on how you can really visualize what you have on your landscape. If you look at the top left photo, you're going to see your aerial imagery. You can go to Google, you can go, Google imagery, you can do the main website. They have options to see how your land was used before you even bought it, way back down in like the 1960s even. You can also look at topographic maps. This will show you your terrain, this will show you elevation. Things like that are important when deciding how you might want to manage your land. We also have soil maps, which I've linked if you just click it. It'll bring you to the USGS soil survey map, and that'll be the bottom picture that you're seeing. It's as simple as typing in your address, drawing a rectangle around it, and it'll show you what your soil types are like, and then it'll give you a description of what those are good for. Next is your type map. So this is when you match up with your forester, and they'll give you what stands you have or any other important factors that you might have on your property that you might want to know about. Next slide. I also like to say that another option is just using your good old-fashioned eyesight. Following your Audubon guidelines, you can observe what you have for your forest floor. What do you have for downed logs? What is your leaf litter like? You can also look at your understory, so anything below knee height. What is coming in for saplings? Is there anything that you might want to cater to just a little bit more? Then you got your mid-story or your canopy. You want to think about, is there any sunlight getting through it all, or is it just super dense? Next is water resources, as well as your snags and cavity trees, both important when you're trying to figure out what wildlife need. Next. Now, this whole point of me giving you this little tidbit when I'm supposed to be talking to you guys about technology is just know your resources. The resources you have will determine the wildlife that you could potentially carry. Next. So if you're like me and you have no idea where you're going to get started, here are some simple things. First, get yourself a good pair of binoculars. I've linked the ones that you see in this photo. These are ones that I have used personally and that I will recommend to you guys. Scats and Tracks book or other field guides are always super, super important. You can get this Scats and Tracks book for $5. Usually used, but that's okay. Next, get yourself a simple wildlife journal. Your wildlife journal should include things like the location of where you're spotting these animals, but also weather variables, the date, the time, and once you get enough of them, you might start being able to see a pattern. I also like to say get yourself a speaker. If you are having trouble trying to spot a bird that you can hear and you're not really quite sure where it is, if you play the callback on your speaker, they'll start coming because they might be a little bit more territorial. You might be able to get them to come into that open area. I will also say do not harass your wildlife with the speaker, but it is a useful tool that you can keep in your arsenal, and you probably already have one. Next is a GPS unit. This will just allow you to mark down anything important that you might find on your property so you can get back to it at a later point. 150 acres is a wide area. So if you have something that's super large, that might be a useful tool you can just add into your arsenal. Next. Another tool that we all have at this point is our cell phone. So I'd like to introduce you guys to some apps that you can download. Most of these are free. The only one that isn't is the last one, and I think they still offer a free version. So iNaturalist is the biggest. You can take a photo. It can be of tracks. It can be of hair. It could be of the actual animal itself, and you can post that image, and it'll give you options on what it thinks it is, and then you can click it, and then the whole community will get together and decide, yeah, you're right, that is that. And then it can get a research grade, and eventually, with that data, it can be then used to learn how to better manage for wildlife. Next is Seek. This is my personal favorite. I discovered this one this past year. It's literally a point and click with your phone. You take a photo, and it'll automatically populate with what it could be. If you have no idea anything about mushrooms, this is a great option. Same with plants, same with animals. Next is eBird. If you are a birder enthusiast and you absolutely make checklists, or you want to see what's going on in the world, or you want to get alerts on rare birds that might be in your community, eBird is a great option. Next, you have Merlin. This would be my second favorite. It's an app that allows you to identify any bird call in the area, but it'll also let you identify it based off site as well. Super friendly to work with. All you have to do is just click a couple buttons and it'll pop up with what it could potentially be, and you choose it and you're like, this is my bird. Last is Picture This. I know plenty of people who work with plants who always recommend this one. It allows you to know trees, shrubs, but also any landscape-friendly plants that you might not necessarily see normally. This app is great for that. It'll not only tell you how to care for it, but also anything else, such as if it's invasive, how would you manage for it on your property, things like that. Next slide. All right. So now we're going to get into a little bit more of the nitty-gritty. I'm going to introduce you guys to a bunch of actual technology that you could potentially buy. If you're on the edge of doing it, I say do it. It's great for monitoring the wildlife on your property. If you're a hunter, it's great for hunter preparation. It is also good as another line of security, especially if you are one who has a property that's either so large that you can't see everything all the time, or if you go out of state a lot and you just want, that extra sense of comfort and relief that you have eyes on your property. So next, you can split game cameras up into 3 different categories. We're going to start with the one that's all the way on the left, the cellular. I recommend Spartan. I've seen that they use it a lot in research. I have also used it myself. It's relatively simple, but the difference is that cellular, you can get automatic alerts on your phone with photos as the camera takes it. This allows you to be able to do it a little bit more remotely. However, this option does carry a little bit of a cost. They tend to be a little bit more expensive, and they tend to come with a cellular data plan. Depending on which plan you go with will depend on how much it costs. Once again, great for large properties, remote areas, winter monitoring when nobody wants to go outside because it's like 1 degree, as well as minimal site visits, so it's less invasive, so you might be able to get more of those elusive animals more often. Next, you have your non-cellular. This is the good old reliable SD cards and batteries. It'll store all that information directly on the game camera, and you'll need to go check it in person every so often to make sure the batteries are charged, as well as the storage is just fine. These options tend to be a little bit cheaper. I think the one that I have linked is the Bushnell. I do recommend it, but please do your own review on these. Look around, see what you can find. I do recommend that if you are going to be placing these ones, maybe place them in an area that might be a little bit more accessible, but you do you. I won't judge. There's also the Wi-Fi option. This will need to be connected to your at-home Wi-Fi or your base camp Wi-Fi, but it will also allow automatic updates getting sent to your phone. You don't need a cellular plan most of the time, if at all. Sometimes they even make things that will extend the range of that device so you can put it further away from your house. These are also on the cheaper side, I would say, of game cameras. And I would also recommend this specific brand, Guard Pro. I've heard wonderful things about it. Every review that I saw said that this was one of the best ones for Wi-Fi, but you know, do your own research, come up to your own conclusion. Next. This is my favorite, bird cams. These also come in a wide array of options. You can have cellular, non-cellular, and Wi-Fi, just like normal game cameras. But if you want to take pictures like what you see up here with these birds, it'll do it, and it's great, and you can show your family and be like, this is what I got. They will also make birdhouse cams that I haven't personally tried, but they seem super interesting. It's just a birdhouse with a camera built in. Next. So I'll let you digest for a second. I wish I had water, but that's okay. Thank you. So this next thing is a little bit different, and you may not have heard of it. These have started to come into research a little bit more in the past few years. These are autonomous recording units, also known as ARUs. It'll just record sounds at whatever time you designate on the device. Thank you. So, if you want to have it set for 1 hour after sunset and 1 hour after sunrise, or let's say you want to do 10 minutes out of every hour of the day, certain days of the week, you can set it on your phone really easily. It allows you to understand what species are present. You can pick up birds, mammals, you can get amphibians when they're calling, so little frog calls. They even make ones for bats now, which is also amazing. We have deployed some on one of our sites to try to test it out. The main brand that you can kind of see nowadays is called Wildlife Acoustics. Super simple, very durable, weatherproof. Seems to be doing just fine in negative-degree weather. But just to give you an idea of the calls that you can hear, we're going to play the coyote that we've heard. And then we're going to play the red-breasted nuthatch we also caught. I hope you can hear that in the back. But these are a great device. if you really want to just set it and forget it. These batteries, they are set, if you use lithium, the ones that we put out at the very beginning of January should be able to last me until at least May, and it'll tell you right on the device. The SD card that we're using has 256 gigabytes, and that should last us through December with the way that I have it set. So set it, forget it, and then you can use 2 different types of analyzers if you really want to see what the sounds look like. It produces this beautiful blue, purpley, pink, orange color called a spectrogram. Every wildlife will have their own individual specific call, and it'll show up just like that. And you can go through your recording and see what you hear. If you're bad at bird calls, you can also just use the Merlin app right up to your speaker, and it should be just fine. All right, next. Now we're going to get into a little bit of the techniques if you're interested. These are things that you can see in research. The first one will be a sense station. This is really good at understanding the predators that you have on your property. If you set it next to a road that is already traveled, not on the road, just a little bit off. Just make sure you pull up the plants in about a 1 meter circle, and then you use mineral oil mixed with sand, shake it on the plot like so. And what we recommend, or at least what I've used in the past that I think works wonderful, is fatty acid tablets. They smell like absolute death, so just be aware as you use them, that's okay, that means they're working. You set that in the center and you go check that site about once every morning for about 5 to 7 days, depending on weather variables. And you just look at the tracks that you have there, and you might be able to identify what you see. If you don't want to do the identification via a track, just set it up with a game camera pointed directly at it, and you might be able to see it. All right, next. Track plates are another very simple thing that you can do. It's charcoal mixed with oil that you paint over a flat surface, like a piece of cardboard or a flat piece of wood. Sometimes you can add bait to it, but if you're in an area that is pretty heavily traveled, they should walk over it no matter what, and you might be able to get the same idea. You just have tracks, and you just try to ID it that way. The bigger the plate, the bigger the wildlife you can catch. So if you're trying to see if you have bear on your property, you might not want to have like an itty-bitty square. That's better for rodents. Another thing that you could do is putting a piece of paper right in the center of it or right on the edge of it, and they can take their foot, step in the charcoal, and then take their foot again and step on the paper. It's just another option, and it might be even fun to do with your family as well to get them more into your woodlot. Next. This is another one. You might be skeptical. I think it's really fun to engage your family, especially if you have younger kids who you're trying to get more active and more into wildlife. But dip netting is also a great option if you're trying to look at your stream health. This is also a really cheap option if that's something you're concerned about. But you take a net, you put it downstream of you like by a foot, and then you stomp in front of it. You kick up all that sand, all that sediment, and everything that's resting in it, and it'll flow right into your net. You pick your net up, and you just look and see what you have. They do make indicator sheets, and they are available all throughout the internet. However, in my opinion, it's just fine if you look at it, and if you see a wide array of what you have, a bunch of different species, you might be okay. If you're only seeing like one thing and it's just worms, maybe you want to think about stream health just a little bit more. Other things to do while you're dip netting and other things to see are crayfish, snails. This is also when you can look for your amphibians, and if you can flip downed logs or rocks that are nearby, just make sure you flip them back, but things are living underneath those, and it'll just be an interesting thing to see. You can pair this tactic with a thermometer Or you could even get a data logger if you're really invested in it, and it'll automatically track the temperature of the water over time. Next. This is the last technique I'll be talking about today, but if you have an area of land that's super large with a ton of fields or just open area in general, this would be a great strategy. You can drive along or walk along your roads and spotlight into your property, not your neighbor's property, not down the road, just your property. And you can take a really powerful spotlight and try to see if you can count the deer or other animals that you see. You can pair this also with not only night vision goggles, but a thermal binocular or camera that'll pick up the heat that animals have, and it'll produce an image like you see with the pigs on the screen. I've provided 2 options, both by test long. One is just like a simple scope you use with your eye, and you can point and click and save the image. You also have just the handheld point and click. That's the one that I've used previously. If you think you have nesting birds or woodcocks in your field, it'll also pick up their heat, and you can see where they are. Don't disturb them, but just so you know, if you want to see woodcocks jumping into the air doing their little calls in April, that might be something you should invest in. All right, I think we're at the end. Once again, this will be posted on the website. I will also be available if you're interested in trying any of these. I can help you get started. I'm here whenever you need. All right, and if you have any questions, we do have a little bit of time, I believe.
You mentioned spotting those fields for deer. You don't want to do it after actually hunting season starts because it's illegal.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
Is this working? You mentioned about spotting fields at night for deer. You can't do that after archery season and hunting season starts, so you want to be careful of that.
Yes, exactly. Make sure that everything that you're doing is in respect to hunting season. You don't want to be out there trying to spotlight in an area that you might be trying to hunt. One more.
Right here.
Well, maybe it's obvious, but as I understand it, you can't use game cameras on other people's property without written permission from them.
Correct. If you're going to be using game cameras, you should be using it on your own property unless you get permission from the landowner.
I'm curious, raise your hand if you are currently using any technology in your woods to observe or monitor wildlife.
Yeah, that's what I like to see.
So this is this is a friendly crowd when it comes to this kind of stuff. And the apps keep changing, so we will have a very up-to-date app list and technology list. I think things just have constantly changed, and you have to have different capabilities. You have to be aware of that. So we'll try to keep up with that and help you stay on top of it. Yep. Also, there's some cost share funds available to do some things around wildlife, probably not necessarily monitoring, but probably if you know what you have and you know what you want to see more of because of this information that you're gathering, it'll help probably make you more eligible for funding to support wildlife on your property.
Yeah, if you find yourself in a position where you have some interesting wildlife, your area might be just a little bit more focused on if you find something unique or rare.
So Autumn's available in our office, and this is what she does, is to answer your questions and help you get started or continue doing. Oh, looks like we got a question here.
On the app, the Seek or the picture of this, which one would you go with?
I would go with Seek. I think it's a little bit easier to use, and it still does the exact same. And then if you really want to learn a little bit more about that plant or species in general, you can Google it after you figure out what it is. But I do recommend Seek a little bit more than Picture This.
This is two related things. You didn't talk at all about putting out food to attract wildlife so that you could see what was there. And you can come back to that. The other is a little anecdote. We feed crows, with meat scraps and other things. They are fascinating. You can feed the chickadees all you like, but crows are very interesting and just to watch, and they're entertaining. So.
And I have seen them on bird cams too, so you might be able to pick up great images of them there. I also didn't talk about using actual food as your bait, partially because there is a lot of rules and regulations depending on what time of year you use them in, and I figured for this, it might just be better to stay away from it. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you guys do have any questions, don't be afraid. I'm here.
Okay. Our next presentation is our Forest Pest and Disease Update. Mike Paricio will be presenting. He is a forest entomologist with the Maine Forest Service Insect and Disease Lab. He has experience with many of the invasive insect pests affecting northeastern forests. He grew up in the Catskill Mountains of New York and holds a Master of Science degree in forest entomology from the State of New York College of Environmental Science and Forestry in Syracuse, where his graduate research focused on biological controls of emerald ash borer. Welcome, Mike.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. So, fun fact, I came to the Maine Ag Trade Show 10 years ago for the first time in 2016. I was just thinking about this when I was an unemployed, fresh out of grad school person looking for a job with the Maine Forest Service. So now here I am 10 years later, and I've given this presentation a couple times now, so it's always a pleasure to come here and talk with all of you and work with all of you in the woods. So with that, we'll jump right into the presentation. And so I did things a little bit differently this year. You can see the title there. So yeah, we're at a very interesting time in Maine and in general, where there's so much information and things are moving so fast. So half the battle about, thinking about your own woodlot or woodlots you manage is just knowing, what's there and how close are you to something that's going to put your woodlot at risk. So that's kind of the idea here. I'm going to show a lot of maps, so I apologize if you don't like maps. I won't be offended if you leave. But yeah, we have this huge increase in the rates of spread. The number of invasive organisms is growing, the rates of spread are growing, the reporting effort is growing, and our abilities to get that information back to you in pretty much real time is also getting faster and faster. So yeah, take a think during this presentation, where's your woodlot or woodlots you manage, and what's important to you, and we'll kind of show you where these forest pests are, and you can go home with that and think about which ones you have to research a little bit more carefully and which ones maybe you have some time, and for some of you it might be everything, so I apologize. But okay, well, let's go for it. Next slide, please. Sorry. All right, so yeah, in case there are any new members in the room, I always start the presentation just by explaining a little bit about the Forest Health and Monitors Division and what we do. So, you know, in addition to your Maine Forest Service district foresters, who hopefully you've had conversations with and know, you know, that can come out to your woodlot and have a walk and talk with you, we do a lot of that same thing. Usually it's more targeted. So when you have an insect or disease issue, you know, you can call us up. We kind of divide our programs by the pest itself versus geographic, you know, boundaries or anything like that. So we'll connect you with the program leader, the expert, you know, about that particular pest or disease. And yeah, we can come out and, you know, walk through those things with you in the woods. So yeah, in addition to that, we obviously do a lot of survey work. A lot of trapping programs, a lot of visual survey, collecting public observations, putting that all together to, again, get back to you. And as you can see on the bottom now, we make maps all the time. We make a lot more maps. So next slide. So we'll start with the big picture just to give folks an idea of what's going on in what regions. So one of our, you know, big summer projects is our aerial survey. We do this every year, and the idea obviously is to capture large-scale landscape-level forest health issues going on from an airplane or a helicopter and map those things so we can keep track of them over time. So looking at this map, if you focus your attention up north real quick, there's two major things going on right now: forest tent caterpillar, spruce budworm. If you look towards the coast, you can see there's a whole menagerie of things going on, which we'll go through a lot of these one by one. I just threw up a couple pictures that were extra interesting this year. So top right, way out in the, or top left rather, way out in the North Maine woods there, you know, pretty large area of defoliated trees. This turned out to be a hailstorm, you know, that defoliated these trees, but it presents pretty much like a caterpillar, you know, defoliating trees. So down in the bottom left there, not sure if you can see it, but that's an entire forest entombed in fall webworm webbing. So if you've driven the interstate, we've had lots of fall webworm activity in recent years. You've probably seen trees like this, but this was about 80 acres of trees just head to toe in webbing, you know, shining from the air. And at the right there, those are both pictures of drought damage late season. So obviously that's of big concern because it affects everything. And yeah, a couple of things picked out on this slide are weather-related issues. So abiotic issues are having bigger and bigger impacts each and every year, and they, you know, obviously compound a lot of the other forest health issues happening. So next slide, please. All right, we'll start out with brown-tailed moth because it's always been at the front of this presentation, but we won't spend a lot of time on it. So you're all probably familiar of it, especially if you live anywhere in, you know, the mid-coast or southern Maine, and you've probably heard about it no matter where you are in Maine. So here's a composite of all the aerial survey damage mapped for brown-tailed moth from 2019 to 2023. So again, got a lot of attention. In addition to being a forest pest, it has, you know, human health implications. If you're not aware, you know, causes lots of people horrible rashes and discomfort. So yeah, this most recent outbreak was kind of unprecedented. We didn't really know how it was going to play out. But if you go to the next slide, please. Fortunately, like all, you know, outbreaks, this one did seem to come to an abrupt end. We see this a lot with other forest defoliators. So for whatever reason, you know, a combination, a lot of natural controls, you know, pests and disease attacking brown-tailed moth caterpillar, and some unfavorable weather conditions all might have contributed to this population basically collapsing there. So if you go to the next slide, 2025 looks pretty similar. If you look hard at this map, you're probably going to have a hard time picking up these little points. So again, that's a great story. You know, that's what we like to see. So there's still some holdout areas. You know, the lower Penobscot Valley now, up around Old Town Orono, continues to have some higher populations. Over by Sebago, on the shores of Sebago, tends to have some pockets, and some other areas in Androscoggin County. But for the most part, you know, this has now become a manageable situation, and we can focus on all the other things going on. Next slide, please. So one of the things we do every winter is a winter web survey. So these are what brown-tailed moth winter webs look like. So they're highly visible in big numbers, so we do roadside survey to try and track populations across the landscape. Again, if you think back to that first slide from aerial survey, I want to point out there's a lot of fall webworm webbing left in the trees this winter. But if you're looking on your own property, brown-tail moth winter webs, relatively small, smaller than the size of your hand, compact, nice white, clean look to them, white silk versus fall webworm webbing, which you've probably seen again, big, ragged, mostly dark brown at this time of year. A lot of it's blown out of the trees by now, but there's still a bunch still clinging to the trees even at this time of year from last season, so just be aware of that. Next slide, please. So this is what our winter web survey looks like. Again, you can focus in on some of those, brighter reds and darker colors there. Again, mostly towards southwestern Maine there. Here's what we have done so far, or this is 2024 to 2025. We're working on the 2026 survey right now. But you can see, hopefully we saw from the aerial survey, we had that big population collapse from 2023 to 2024. So even though we had a lot of winter webs in 2024 still, 2025, that picture looked a lot better. And you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so let's get back up north. So let's talk about forest tent caterpillar. So again, this is not a stranger to Maine. It's a native insect that outbreaks from time to time. Typically, it's been about every decade, but it does bounce around in different areas, and we haven't had major problems with forest tent in quite a while. This outbreak really began late 2021 would be when it was probably building and becoming noticeable. So at its peak, when caterpillars were actively defoliating things, upwards of 60,000 acres of active defoliation. So we thought a lot of this damage would disappear as the population from ground observations appears to have collapsed. But even in 2025, we still had quite a bit of forest tent caterpillar defoliation and even some remnant light damage that's visible and appears like defoliation. So on the right-hand side there, those are pictures from up north in Aroostook County. So, lots of areas with high concentrations of aspen and, pure aspen stands. That just was an absolute buffet for forest tent caterpillar. Then the other thing that cropped up in 2024 that was interesting, you can see there in Somerset County on the Quebec border there, we had all these little pockets of defoliation pop up in the sugar bushes there. So there's also forest tent caterpillar activity there, and that has actually been addressed with aerial spraying. So next slide, please. Okay, so here, if you focus in on the center of this map, you can probably see this is satellite imagery, and those light tan spots, that's actual visible defoliation from active forest tent caterpillar feeding in 2024 from satellite imagery. So just pick one of those spots, focus in on it, and then we'll jump to the next slide. And hopefully you can see that the vast majority of that's gone away. There's still some remnant damage. The trees did take a beating, and there might be a little bit of active defoliation, but work over the winter to look at egg masses and stuff indicated the populations have receded drastically. And like I said, this was actually addressed with aerial spraying by those landowners to protect their sugar maple forests. So, next slide, please. Okay, so this is one of the slower moving things, fortunately. People have probably heard about hemlock woolly adelgid. Remains mostly a coastal issue. But as we'll see on the next slide, not yet though, we have some concerns over winter mortalities. So it's been mostly hugging the coast. As we continue to survey and survey and survey, we keep getting these towns that are positive further inland and inland. So 2025 was quite a good year as far as new town detections. You can see Newfield on the York County border there with New Hampshire was the only new town that we picked up. Circled in red there. And then I was looking through photos to include, and that picture on the top right was from one of a Maine woodland owner's field tours. You can barely make out there's a little tiny hemlock seedling there in that lot that's already affected with hemlock woolly adelgid. So I thought that one was funny and threw it in there. Next slide, please. So here's what our survey looks like for that. So again, we have a couple areas we pay attention to. We have these known positive towns, so those are in the darker color, that hatched shading color there, that's the actual quarantine boundary. So this is one of the few forest pests that actually has, regulations attached to it, legal regulations. And obviously our concern is that continued spread inland from those coastal areas that we already know about. So each of those green dots is a visual survey point to kind of make sure that that quarantine zone is staying free of hemlock woolly adelgid, and we're not getting close to the boundary that would require expansion. So that quarantine boundary was pretty stable for a long time. I think 2023 we finally updated it, but before that it went back to 2020 or 2013. So 10 years of not needing to expand that quarantine. So this is what the most recent boundary looks like. And again, those quarantines are designed to prevent the movement of potentially infested materials outside of those areas, and to remind people, that there's cautions to take about moving stuff in general and limit movement of regulated items even within the quarantine boundaries. Next slide, please. Oops, okay, so my labels disappeared. But anyways, the point of this graph is, unlike a lot of our other forest pests, hemlock woolly adelgid is particularly sensitive to cold winter temperatures. So whereas you're not going to kill EAB in Maine with cold winter temperatures, hemlock woolly adelgid is something that can experience some pretty high mortality over the winter. So as we're all aware, winters are becoming, pretty reliably more mild and unpredictable and stuff. So we go out and survey a couple long-term locations each and every year for mortality. And you can see that green line, that's the mortality percentage at those sites each and every year. So it definitely fluctuates, directly related to how cold those winters are. But you can see that overall trend is decreasing. So we're having more and more survivorship of hemlock woolly adelgid here in Maine, which again would increase its ability to, move inland into other areas that it's historically been kept out of by weather. Next slide, please. All right, we'll talk about red pine scale, another, small, inconspicuous, very difficult thing to see that's having disastrous effects on red pine in Maine and beyond. This is very much a northeastern regional problem. Other states are experiencing this as well. But a couple core areas of Maine that have had red pine detections. So you can see southern Maine there. But then the more interesting one is what's going on in down east Maine there. So we spent a lot of time doing survey work out in that part of the world, picking up new towns through on-the-ground work. But again, a lot of those detections are coming from aerial survey. So you can see there on the top right, a lot of red pine occurs in plantations, a plantation that's been absolutely nuked. And then, bottom right, that's what it looks like. You've probably encountered this driving around, depending on what areas you spend time in. Next slide, please. All right, so my slides jumped out of order too, just like Eric. So, okay, back to hemlock woolly adelgid. Sorry about that. One of the things folks are working on is biological control. So in addition to winter mortality, one way to get some extra mortality of hemlock woolly adelgid is release of biocontrol agents. So there's a variety of species there. You can see bottom right, a beetle larvae happily feeding on, eggs inside a hemlock woolly adelgid, wool body there. So yes, a lot of this work was done by Maine Forest Service early on, but this is a really great story. A lot of those release points now, this is all, combined organizational efforts of a lot of land trusts, large private landowners and stuff like that. So this is one of the few things where biological controls have become, more accessible, versus EAB biocontrols that are only coming out of a lab. So with hemlock woolly adelgid biocontrols being readily available for purchase and, field collection in some areas, we can really hope to get these across the landscape. So those efforts will continue wherever hemlock woolly adelgid is found in Maine. And again, those efforts are now really bolstered by all these land trusts and other organizations taking on those efforts. So just to get, again, as many biocontrol agents out there across the landscape. Next slide. Back to red pine scale. So this is talking a little bit about those survey efforts in down east. So extremely tiny, extremely cryptic insect to observe. So one of the things that we've worked on are these slide traps, so basically sticking out slides coated in Vaseline and stands you either believe might be infested or you're worried about being infested, and then visually going through them to try and identify. So obviously that image series on the right illustrates just how small these are. So again, with a huge red pine resource in down east Maine, something that's very concerning as it continues to spread. And yeah, again, you can see some of those developments with where it's spread in that map. Next, please. And unfortunately, this is a very fast acting disease complex, you know, from the time of, you know, infestation, which you may not even be aware of visually, just in 2 years ago, or 2 years' time. You know, that's what the time series looks like from when you think you might have a problem to complete mortality in a stand. So very difficult to detect once it's present in a stand, very fast acting. You know, fortunately, red pine, again, is, you know, not the most important or valuable thing, but for certain people in certain areas, obviously it is, and there is still quite a bit of it on the landscape in Maine. Next, please. Okay, so let's talk about where EAB has gone in recent times. So couple of maps there just to kind of indicate the spread of EAB. So again, basically from the time EAB occurs in an area until you have almost 100% mortality, it's pretty much a 10-year window. So in certain areas of southern Maine, you know, we're approaching 8 years now, and you can see that EAB is really starting to you know, spread locally, you know, and it doesn't even involve any human-aided movement. There's a lot of natural infestation and spread in southern Maine. So each one of those red dots on the map, at the center of that is a positive point. That represents a 3-mile buffer. So because EAB is so difficult to detect, we usually consider that within 3 miles of a known point, there's very likely EAB present at those low populations that are still invisible to our survey efforts. Beyond that, the orange circle, you know, that's a 10-mile buffer. So that's what we've been, you know, hoping people will use as a tool to consider when it's time for them to start worrying about EAB or managing for EAB. So a lot of new detections, par for the course here in 2025. A couple new counties, you know, probably most concerning is Somerset County, or yeah, it is Somerset County there. So up near the boundary of our existing quarantine area. And then, you know, kind of a surprise was the town of Bar Harbor on Mount Desert Island this year as well. But some other notable ones, you know, were Belfast, which is a new county. So 3 new counties in 2025. Next, please. All right, so if you've ever asked yourself this question, if you're concerned about your woodlot, you know, whether you have ash or not, we have this really useful new tool. It's on our website. So you can go to any town, click on it, and you can instantly get the status. So I want to point out, you know, the quarantine boundaries are displayed on this map. Again, that's to let people know where that boundary lies for moving regulated process. We seem to go back and forth between periods of understanding. So there was a good number of years there where people kind of understood that, you know, there's quarantine areas that don't have EAB in them, but now, for whatever reason, we're back on that cycle where folks are mixing that up. So quarantine boundaries do not guarantee that you have an EAB infestation. A lot of you probably live in a quarantine town that does not have EAB. You know, Augusta's one of them right now. So again, that's just to relay to folks where, you know, certain movements of stuff can happen and not. So the towns themselves, on a year-by-year basis, they're lit up. And if I'm sitting at my computer and you call me and you think you have EAB and you can send me a photo and I can ID it, it's going on the map in 30 seconds. So, you know, this is updated in real time now, basically. So it's much better tool for you to know whether or not you have to think about EAB with everything else to think about. So no new towns for 2026 yet, but we'll wait for the first. So next slide, please. So in addition to public reports that help us confirm new towns, and it's probably, you know, the most valuable tool, we still do a lot of active survey work. So if you've ever seen a purple prism trap hanging in a tree, those are specifically for EAB. They're highly responsive to the color purple. So that's what our survey efforts look like for 2025. This is a long-running program. Usually, at most we get 1 or 2 positive traps a year. This year we had 8 positive, so one was in Smithfield. But then if you look there, northern Oxford County or central Oxford County, we had this huge cluster. So again, a lot of that Oxford County infestation is spread by local spread, and if you looked across the border to New Hampshire's had EAB for a long time as well. So in addition to purple prism traps, we operate girdle trap trees. So that's what our network looked like for 2025. Fortunately, no new positive trees in northern Maine for this program. Southern and central Maine, we did have one that was at the Basin Preserve, which is a TNC property in Phippsburg. So you can see the actual tree there. So caught this very early on, but it's a very effective monitoring tool. And if you're interested in, again, monitoring for EAB on your own lands, we do run this program, and it is something you can do all by yourself. There's more information online. Next slide, please. All right, so like hemlock woolly adelgid, we have a very active biocontrol program for EAB. So we've been releasing for many, many years now, and at this point, we're even retiring some of these sites to begin evaluating whether or not parasitoids can be recovered, and if they're recovered far enough from the last release, we can consider them established. So some of the stars of the show there on the right, these are the 3 species we're releasing: Obius agrilli, egg parasitoid, extremely tiny, as are the other 2. So those are actual larval parasitoids. But again, wherever there's EAB in Maine and we have a suitable release site, we'll continue to pursue these efforts. This isn't one that's particularly accessible to individual landowners, but we certainly do rely on private landowners that have a suitable release site to include in the program if they're willing. So you may hear from us if you have that. So next slide, please. So in addition to all those efforts, one of the things that's, coming on the scene are effective insecticide treatments for ash and for EAB. So we've started a small program in Maine. Again, this is relatively new, and we assume it will continue to grow, but we've learned from some models in other states. The idea here is to go out and protect clusters of trees at scattered sites with insecticides that are good for several years, and go back and continue to retreat them. So as the EAB wave crashes across Maine, we'll have these little refugia of hopefully some genetic diversity and some local seed source there. So yeah, we're underway with that. That's where we've treated so far. Again, where EAB spreads is where we'll look to keep establishing some of these protected sites. Next, please. All right, we'll jump over to beech leaf disease. So if you can see from that map, beech leaf disease is probably the fastest spreading forest pest we have and have seen in a long time. So it's pretty much completed its conquest of most of Maine where beech grows in any appreciable amount in just 5-year span there. So yeah, photo on the left there, that's ground zero in Lincolnville. So that's a forest in late May. That should not look like that. That obviously looks like an autumn scene, but you can see a lot of green foliage in the background there. So very fast moving, very detrimental. This is something you can continue to survey for even in winter. A lot of beech holds on to its leaves. The banding, as you can see there on the right, that's the characteristic diagnostic tool for beech leaf disease in the field. And those bands appear just as readily as they do on green leaves in the middle of winter where you have stuff holding on. So unfortunately, because of how fast this disease is progressing, still a lot of unknowns, but there's a lot of work underway, with, learning about how it spreads and those mechanisms, and then some potential treatments and stuff. Again, not likely stuff that's going to be applicable on a grand scale for forestry needs, like a lot of other things we deal with, but at least there'll be some potential tools in the toolkit for treating beech on a small scale. Next slide, please. All right, as if beech didn't have enough issues, here's another one we're on the lookout for. A lot of people probably have not heard of this one. This is beech leaf mining weevil. We're paying particularly close attention to this as it is in, neighboring Nova Scotia and, could obviously potentially make its way down the coast to Maine. So if you see anything that looks like this, usually, a ragged tip with a big necrotic area and that little tail that goes down to the center of the leaf vein there, that's something we definitely want to look at. We look at a lot of beech, so we, do a lot of beech leaf disease and beech leaf mining weevil side by side, but yeah, a lot of the reports, we confirm and stuff has come in from landowners and the public and stuff. So you guys obviously spend a lot of time caring for your woods, so these are just more things to be looking for. So nowhere close to Maine for the time being, but something we're definitely keeping our eye on. That would be, yeah, another nail in the coffin for beech here in Maine. Next, please. Jumping worms, so yeah, jumping all over the board here. So jumping worms, again, this is something that probably was present for a long time. Folks really weren't paying attention to it. It came, into the spotlight a few years ago in several states. A lot of survey effort and a lot of reporting effort there really populated this map. A couple years ago, 2023, I think, was the big year for detections, with reporting a lot of new towns and stuff. So, but again, on the woodlot scale, something that can have big implications for, forest floor dynamics and leaf litter and nutrient cycling and all that stuff. So I haven't really had to mess with these guys too much, but if you're interested in worm ID, you can, take it on yourself now. There's some new diagnostic tools or techniques. You can pick up those worms and clean them off and study the bristles on them, and you can decide whether or not they're EAB. But there's also people to help with that. So yeah, phone this one in if you think you have a lot of, overpopulation of large aggressive worms that are really chewing up your leaf litter. Next. Winter moth. Okay, so yeah, winter moth is a, persistent problem in mid-coast Maine. No different this year. We've been averaging about 10,000 acres of, pretty decent defoliation over the past several seasons, so this year was no different. Basically just want people to be aware of that in that area. If anybody has a woodlot or manages a woodlot, serious pest to primarily oaks is the preferred host species there. So yeah, again, not so dangerous on its own, but when we consider, multiple years of defoliation, and we're dealing with, pretty typically now some level of drought at some part of the year, with a couple of bad years in recent history, these things can have bigger than normal effects. So next. So we do also have a biological control for winter moth as well. Again, that's ongoing. So way that process works is there's a parasitoid fly there, lays its eggs on leaves where winter moth is feeding. Caterpillars ingest the eggs. We go out and collect them by hand, rear them, send them to a lab at University of Massachusetts. They can identify which pupae are parasitized. We bring them back, release them, put them over winter in the ground in emergence cages. They emerge and perpetuate the cycle there. So you can see, winter moth has been pretty limited to, areas in Massachusetts that's had a very successful biological control program to the point where they're not really having to do much. We're actively releasing all over Maine, as you can see, and we're getting some pretty good parasitism rates at some of these sites. So the interesting thing we were able to do this year, you can see Rhode Island is now also actively releasing biocontrol for winter moths. So they've had some recent problems. They don't have the parasitoid populations we have. So one of the groups that helps enable this is the Forest Health Compact. So it's basically an organization that allows for, state and other employees to travel between other states to help with forest health projects. So we brought a whole crew of folks from the other states in the Northeast up to Maine. We did this huge collection process with their help. And a lot of those biocontrol that we recovered from that now went to Rhode Island to help, get their biocontrol program off the ground and get biocontrol started there. So that was a lot of fun. Next, please. All right, now on to budworm. So fortunately, I don't have to waste a lot of time on background because this is one crowd that I can look out on, and folks remember this. So yeah, budworm was a very big deal, you know, in the 70s and 80s. Kind of the last great outbreak that had huge impacts on all walks of life, you know, in Maine, and lasting impacts to this day, wrapped up in the 90s. But this is what we saw in 2024. So I'll go through some of our monitoring techniques, but we've been keeping our eyes out for this, and, you know, it's finally here, and there's some impressive activity in northern Maine right now. So next slide. So yes, we share this problem with the Canadian provinces. Some of the worst areas that we picked up in 2024 were located right along the Quebec border there and in northwestern Maine. So yeah, just to illustrate that, you know, what we're dealing with is part of a big continuous regional problem that extends honestly all the way to Ontario and all the way to Newfoundland. So we are now part of the regional spruce budworm complex here in Maine. Next. Okay, so if you look at these couple maps, you know, Quebec obviously keeps tabs on their spruce budworm populations as well. Those greens and oranges and reds are modeled defoliation damage there from satellite imagery as well as aerial survey. So obviously, as we just learned, you know, in 2024, those areas that are defoliated hit the Maine border and obviously jumped over the border. So you can see what we mapped there in Maine, which amounted to about 3,500 acres in 2024, very much contiguous with that leading edge of the infestation in Quebec there. So next slide. Okay, you know, so yeah, in addition to aerial survey, we do a lot of ground survey as well. No surprise here, you know, we do this ground survey regularly. We've historically have pretty low population or defoliation percentages. Couple years preceding this, you know, every one of these sites was under 6%. The year before that, everyone was under 10%. So in those areas that we picked up, on the Quebec border, where we already had these monitoring sites, you can see some of these areas, you know, had defoliation percentages as high as 70%. So that's one more piece of evidence. Next. Okay, so in addition to some of that groundwork, you know, one of our big projects and long-term projects has been pheromone trap monitoring of spruce budworm. So this is, again, a long-standing program. Depending on the year, you know, typically operates about 350 sites throughout Maine and some of our neighboring states that have, you know, spruce fir, conifer, you know, cover types in the northern forest also monitor on a limited basis. So I didn't include a lot of older pheromone trap results here, but just going back to 2024, obviously we can see couple of those points adjacent to those defoliated areas in Quebec and Maine are obviously ones where we picked up a lot of moths. And then the interesting thing about 2024, which will make sense in a minute, is that, you know, we had all these sites that turned up zeros, even though we know we have a lot of activity and population going on in northern Maine. So next slide, please. Okay, so, and then the final monitoring tool we use is larval monitoring. So even though we monitor for adults with pheromone traps, you know, we're picking up one of two things with the pheromone traps, either, you know, local adult moths that have emerged there or possibly moths that have been blown in from Canada. So that moth, you know, number, you know, for that to be truly meaningful, I mean, it's very useful for some things, but you know, that moth would have to survive to mate. Mating would have to be successful. It would have to lay eggs. Those eggs would have to hatch. And because spruce budworm overwinters as a larvae, those larvae that hatch out of those eggs would then have to survive the winter to make it into next year's population. So the closest monitoring tool we can get to knowing about what next year's population looks like are overwintering larvae. So this is called the L2 survey. So each one of these points here represents a sampling point for L2 larvae, and the magic number, just to, you know, keep track of for right now, is 7.5. So as you can see, many, many, many points in that matrix there are well over 7.5. And then we use those points to build a population model across the landscape. Next slide. And so this is what we wind up with. So after all those points are collected and processed, and you can see the extent of those points throughout northern Maine, many of those sampling points to the south don't have, appreciable populations. But when we take a look at the big picture, this is what 2025 looked like. So we had about 310,000 acres, I believe, modeled in this area. So red zone, obviously very high populations, the orange zone elevated, and then even out to those yellow areas where we had 3.5 larvae, which is considered treatable area. So a lot of this land, especially in western Maine there, is on large industrial timberlands with private landowners, and so the decision was made to actively, treat this spruce budworm outbreak with aerial spraying using what's called the early intervention strategy, which is a Canadian strategy that's been applied in New Brunswick that Maine is emulating. And then to the east, again, another big area there. This is stuff that's intertwined with populated areas, and so this was not really possible for treatment in the previous years. So there was some treatment at the southern end of that eastern zone, but that whole area was unable to be treated as a whole. Next slide, please. And then this is what those aerial treatments actually look like. So again, all of these areas that were included in the model were evaluated to see whether they met minimum thresholds for treatments. Those that were included in the model there. And then this is what happened in 2025. We had a huge aerial spray campaign out of the Frenchville airport there, many planes and many helicopters that treated all these areas in northern Maine for spruce budworm. Next, please. One of the fun projects we got involved with was the timing of all these sprays. So the Maine Budworm Response Coalition was the one performing the spraying that we worked very closely with, in addition to everybody in the project. But for these spray programs to be successful, basically, gone are the days of contact, super toxic insecticides. The products being used now are super specialized, so they both require that they be consumed by actively feeding larvae. And so the only way to ensure that the larvae are feeding on buds at the right stage is to go out and check this on the ground. So after bud burst happens, spruce budworm larvae are again feeding on those newly elongating buds there. You can see a couple examples of those. So we had to monitor this whole spray area and make sure everything was at the right time to again land these products on those feeding sites where they could be consumed by spruce budworm larvae and take effect for the program to be effective. Next slide, please. Okay, so we did that treatment in 2025. Now let's go through the season again. The first set of monitoring results that comes back again is the pheromone trap monitoring data. So because some of the problems with 2024's data, we kind of made a decision to try some new things. We had some very old traps that were near the end of their lifespan, and then we're trying to keep pace with our Canadian forest health colleagues and make sure everything we're doing is standardized with them, so we can really compare stuff. So we did away with the huge cooperator program of 350 sites just so we could test a new set of traps with a new lure manufacturer, because these chemical companies often change hands and products and stuff like that. So here's the results of that pilot project, if you will, and as you can see, things are back in line with what we would typically expect. So on that Quebec border there, again, that's the middle of the treatment zone. We have relatively few moths captured, which you would expect if that local population was controlled through spraying. And then again, where we see our highest trap captures, are basically right in Fort Kent in that area that we knew had high populations but was unable to be sprayed. So we're back on track there. Next, please. One interesting thing, that again I mentioned, sometimes these pheromone traps are monitoring local moths, if you will, and then the other, challenging thing about spruce budworm is its ability to disperse huge distances, depending on atmospheric conditions. So basically, they'll undergo these huge migration flights that are wind-driven, and weather-driven and stuff like that. So a lot of times things are moving, from west to east, but we did encounter some interesting flight patterns in 2025. So that yellow zone there, that's the color that indicates the moths may have survived all the atmospheric conditions of the night. So they were not killed by cold temperature, they were not killed by precipitation, they did not blow out to sea, etc. So, based on this model from Canada, looked like a huge flight of moths may have reached the Adirondacks in northern New York. Next slide. And so this is a year later, but it's still interesting. So in addition to Maine and Vermont and New Hampshire monitoring for spruce budworm, we pointed this out to New York, and they joined the club, if you will. So they set up their own monitoring program, again, in those spruce fir cover types in the Adirondacks in northern New York. So second to Maine, New York actually had the highest trap capture in 2025 in these pheromone traps. So could be local moths from that year before, those ones that blew in that survived, or again, could be another flight similar to 2024 that hit New York in 2025. Next, please. All right, so let's get to the results of the L2 model. So again, the most direct comparison of success of the spray program is where those L2 populations are modeled. So 2025 is in the lower right-hand corner there, and then we're currently in the 2026 program, if you will. So up until 2020, that was early 2025. So we're in 2025, 2026. So the results, and actually, all right, so that should say January 9th, 2026. That's where I'm thrown. So that paper map is off. I got to let Neil know. But anyways, that's 2026. So this is what we're looking like in early 2026 here. Again, treated areas, that population has been temporarily, controlled. And this is the concept of EIS, again, is to detect these hot spots early, treat them when they're at a manageable size, knowing that, again, it's not a one and done. You're going to continue to treat, but that's the area in western Maine that needs to be treated this year, which is 50 or 60,000 acres compared to that 240,000 last year, plus another 60 if it had been allowed to grow that way. And then, again, you can see the southern end of that eastern area has receded up, and we're still stuck in that populated area in northern Aroostook County there. So we are attempting to do some treatments there this year with some of these small landowners. So we'll hopefully have success in gaining access and applying some of those treatments. And, the map will look better and different again next year. Next, please. All right, and then I think this is wrapping it up. But again, I just wanted to point out, we've had some pretty irregular weather, consistently year in, year out. And so the flash drought at the end of last year was worse than even in years before there. So you can see what the drought map looks like. I believe that's August, compared to November, where basically the entire state's in some level of drought, but obviously some pretty severe stuff. These pictures, and most of the drought damage, that we mapped, where it was most visible was out in, kind of Washington County and eastern Maine, probably because you have a lot of, these situations where you have some sensitive stuff growing on ridge tops with shallow soils and stuff like that. So those are aerial survey, photos paired with on-the-ground comparisons from late last year. So again, everything we do, not just in forest health, is impacted by, these climate conditions. So drought doesn't help anything in the forest health world, let alone all the other things people are trying to do with their forests and woodlots. So next, please. All right, so that was, very superficial. If you are interested in, reading a paper report, go ahead and grab our first annual report there. That's available online. And then, like I said, one of our, main goals is to help you with any of your personal issues on your woodlots or whatever. So foresthealth@maine.gov is our new, easy-to-remember email where you can always grab us. And then we have a main line. Like I said, you'll get Amy, and she'll connect you with whoever you need to talk to get some help with your pest and disease issues. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Clearly, we're going to have a Q&A. Before I start that, there is someone represented from the Board of Pesticide Applicators, and she has a form, Jenny, in the back, has forms for people who are looking to get their pesticide credit today. That's how, we're trying to figure it out. This is how you do it. You grab a form from her, and you fill it out and you give it to her. But in the meantime, we will also have some questions. So, who's got some questions? Right here. Thank you.
I was impressed by your map of beech leaf disease. We know that the organism is a very tiny nematode.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any clue at this point how the dispersal took place?
There's many leading theories. I believe, unfortunately, with beech leaf disease, it happens so fast, you don't have much of a warning before it shows up and you're in serious trouble. So, like you said, with the nematode being a tiny, tiny organism that, is probably easily dispersed, they've looked at connections to wildlife, birds in particular, and then, they've explored the aerial, component of being, just dispersed on the wind and ballooning like a lot of other insects and stuff do. So, not that nematodes are insects, but, we see it with other stuff. So, yeah, I don't think the nut has been cracked yet, but obviously they're very, very capable of being widely dispersed very quickly. And yeah, this whole process, I believe it was 2012, first identified, in Ohio on the Great Lakes, and, Maine's seen it pretty much consume the entire state in 5 years, but in that time period, it spread all the way from Ohio to Maine and beyond. So, yeah, very directional, from that point in Ohio, spreading eastward. So probably some component of wind dispersion in there, maybe.
Yeah, thank you. Going back to the ash species, is there any early evidence that of any resistance to the insect by the ash?
Yes, so in places where EAB has occurred a long time ago, there's a couple things people are looking at. One of the things is known as lingering ash, and, we've seen this with other forest insects and diseases as well. You'll have EAB wipe through a place like Ohio or Michigan, but some small percentage or a cluster of trees survives. So, yeah, they've gone out, collected genetic material from a lot of that stuff. They're actively, trying to breed, not fully resistant trees, but trees with some degree of extra resistance. It's a long process. Obviously, they've made some substantial, progress with it, but it'll still be quite a long period of time. And then, again, that's part of our goal with our treatment programs, and most states have these little treatment programs as well to just preserve, the genetic diversity, in case there's a future answer there and the seed source. So, yeah, there's no silver bullet yet, but, now it's between biocontrol, people are, aware of how they can manage and get ahead of stuff, and insecticide treatments. We have a bigger toolbox, but it's still not a pretty picture.
Do we have enough experience with hemlock woolly adelgid now to know what the mortality rate is?
How do you mean mortality rate? Like naturally occurring, or?
If we have an infestation, what percentage of our trees can be expected to survive?
Oh, the fate of the trees.
Yeah.
I don't have a good answer for that, and I would say it's highly variable, just from past observations, not on a big scale or anything like that. I mean, you can have a heavily infested tree that's visibly heavily infested and get that winter mortality, and, that tree can, recover, or do quite well in the years preceding. So it's not a constant, rate across the landscape or anything. I think it depends on some other factors so much that it's highly inconsistent. I know there has been a lot of, hemlock woolly adelgid mortality in Maine that's probably gone unnoticed. It's not something we can really pick up from aerial survey, due to hemlock usually growing in some mixed sites, and it's invisible below hardwood canopies and stuff, so it'd have to be a big, pure hemlock stand to pick up stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know if there's a golden rule like there is with EAB, where it's so bad that you're up in the 98, 99. I'd say it's variable. You got one before I know.
Forgive me, I'm not a forester, but so I'm just curious with the beach population that in so many places has been in torture mode for decades, and it seems like, does the beach leaf disease present any opportunity to convert some of these sites to other species? I mean, is the mortality such, because previously to go in with herbicide and control and to try to convert was quite expensive. Are there opportunities maybe with this misfortune?
It's a good question. A lot of people did, cheer when, depending on their thoughts on beach regen, for example, and stuff like that. Again, we're still pretty early on here in Maine. I don't know if that's been looked at in some other places. We're not really experiencing high levels of mortality yet. We've got a lot of affected forests and some pretty sick forests, but I think we're just getting into the early stages of any mortality. So whereas it'll affect anything from a mature tree to the smallest sprout or seedling, I don't think we've necessarily observed here in Maine yet where all the regen in a stand is completely dead and not trying to bounce back and stuff. So yeah, I mean there will definitely be, it'll be an interesting implication for that regen challenge, that people have definitely, been trying to eliminate beach in certain stands. And so maybe it's an added advantage, but I'm not sure for sure. We have our pathologist here. He might want to weigh in.
Yeah, I could add to that. So what we're seeing in our long-term monitoring plots, we're monitoring the beach leaf disease in 9 different locations in the state. And we're seeing, over the course of 2 to 3 years, starting to see quite a bit of mortality in seedling sapling trees. We did record our first mortality of mature trees on our plots in Knox and Waldo County this year. So, we're at 5 years starting to see mature trees dying. We've been seeing a lot of the sapling and seedling trees dying. This is a carbon starvation disease. A lot of these trees, as somebody else already mentioned, they're already stressed because of beech bark disease. Then you take their leaves away, they're not able to fix carbon like a healthy tree. So, this is a kind of a chronic disease that's going to kill trees over time, and I believe it will be, do some of this beech thicket management for us. So, something to consider in your management if you have some patience to wait and see how this plays out. And I'll just make another quick plug for beech leaf disease. If you do have clean beech, so beech trees that don't have all the warts and cankers from beech bark disease, if you do have clean beech on land that you're not planning to harvest or if you're not planning to remove those trees in the next 15 years or so, please reach out to us and let us know about that. We are trialing a couple different management techniques, one being a macro injection of thiabenzidol benzidol product, and then also a new bark drench of polyphosphate products. So, while we're okay with losing some of these thickets and some of the sicker trees, maybe there's an opportunity here to preserve some of these rare beech bark disease resistant genetics. Let beech leaf disease come through and see what we have left. So if you have any clean beech, come let me know. It might be a possibility to involve you in some of our treatment trials. Yeah, and I'm Aaron Bergdahl. I work with Maine Forest Service. I'm a forest pathologist.
The only
Please disregard my previous answer and go with that. Did you still have a question?
Oh, let me.
How is it decided where to release the biologics for the woolly addle gene? So I look at, I don't know if you're familiar with Vaughan Woods State Park. Vaughan Woods State Park down in Berwick, South Berwick. It was a huge mature hemlock stand. It was dark in the middle of the day, and it's completely ravaged by the woolly adelgid. How would it be decided where to release the biologic, and who would do it?
Ms. Colleen, or do you want to answer, Allison? No.
Hi, I'm Allison Canody. I'm the Director of Forest Health and Monitoring with the Maine Forest Service. And with Wayne Searles, boy, probably 17 years ago, since my daughter's 18, we released biological control in Vaughnwood State Park. And one of the unfortunate things is that sometimes biological control is not going to work on the timescales that we need to preserve mature trees. But that doesn't answer your question about how it's decided where biological control is released. So one of the things that Mike introduced is that there is a network of landowners, private landowners, some public who are purchasing the one species of biological control for hemlock woolly adelgid that can be purchased. I don't know what the price is anymore. It used to be about $250 a beetle. Deciding to release on their own lands. So that is an option, but you know, it's the sort of thing that you go into knowing that you may still lose those larger trees without other intervention. And there are pesticides that can be used to maintain health of those larger trees, but we don't know really how long they would have to be used in the life of those trees. So it's just something to be aware of. I guess, did that answer your question at all? Okay.
Is that $2.50 a beetle or $250?
$2.50 a beetle, and I believe it's been a few years, but I believe they sell them in colonies of maybe 250 beetles or 500 beetles. I can't remember exactly which it is, but maybe somebody in the room has purchased them recently and knows. 300 beetles. $3 now. Okay. So, yeah.
I think that's it. But again, this is a very accessible department, and they like hearing from woodland owners. So that's why they clear their schedule and come to this event, because you guys know that you're talking directly to people who can give you the data and support that you need. So thank you very much for making that time.
I'll be around in the back of the room. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I'm going to pass this over to Seth, but just if you haven't, I think everybody's paid for their auction item, but if you haven't grabbed it, everything's in the back. And then I hope that we hear from you throughout the year, and send me articles and pictures and scenes from your woodlot, and keep in touch, and we'll keep you abreast of all the changes in the new and the old for this year. So thank you very much for being here today. And of course, one last pitch for the online auction. Definitely keep checking it and bidding, and you have until 5 o'clock. So thanks again for being here, and here's Seth.
Just quickly to wrap up, what a full day we've had, and it's been an interesting day, and a bit of a different kind of meeting, because we had our regular, informative, interesting, fun sessions, and we've also had the chance to honor Tom Doak, and to welcome Amanda Egan. And we have a lot to look forward to, and a lot to be thankful for as well. And I'm immensely thankful for our staff, Jen and the team that have put this together. Oh, and Pine Point Creative, who've helped us with videos, so a last thought is that we really thank you all for being here today. We appreciate your attendance. Your attendance and your interest in this is an expression of your interest in what we're doing, and I thank you for coming. And if you're not a member, please become a member. For the members who are here, your endorsement of Maine Woodland Owners to your friends and neighbors is the best way that we have to grow our membership. So please be mindful of that when you're out and about with and extol our organization. And you can stay in touch with what we're doing during the year on our website. Jen is putting up interesting programs constantly, and there's going to be a continuing stream of interesting and informative and fun programs. So with that is the conclusion of the 2026 Forestry Forum. Thank you all for being here.
Guess I'm gone to Carolina in my mind. Karen, she's a silver sun. You best walk her away and watch it shining. Watch her watch the morning come. A silver tear appears.